watch interviews sooner, but we were so alike. It's unfortunate because like, yo, when people die, that's when we like, you know? Because your remorse kind of makes you check them out, bro.
Now show me money from the under of my body. Hold the demon, heard you screaming for a break. I don't think anyone can take. I'm a beast, I'm a foe. I'm the one you saw before. Don't be greedy with your life. Heard it right, I think I might come rumble with some buckle. See your people, I'm in trouble. About to burst your fucking bubble. Now we stuck up in a muddle. More money, Kappa holding out on more money. So funny, bitches try to test it. So funny, more money, Kappa holding out on more money. So try to test it, so funny. I cannot resist, reminisce about that big ol' stack. Heart attack, now you let it hit, you better watch your back. Who are you? Who the fuck I'm talking to? I can see your dirty face, you looking like a dead disgrace. Never have I lost it, got the blicky in my pocket. Better open up and watch it, there's a pocket watch. I dropped it in my partner, picked it up and gave it to me as a gift. What's the time I never miss, while she sucking on my dick. More money, Kappa holding out on more money. So funny, bitches try to test it. So funny, more money, Kappa holding out on more money. So funny, bitches try to test it. So funny.
Be alright, I don't need to understand. Told me you could try, I don't need no helping hand. We stay up all night, with me could I be a man? Tell me that you like you need no other man. You need me, I can try. If you hurt me, I'll die. If you need me, I can try. If you need me, gonna be alright, I don't need to understand. Told me you could try, I don't need no helping hand. We stay up all night, with me could I be a man? Tell me that you like to be a man. It's gonna be alright, I don't need to understand. Told me you could try, I don't need no helping hand. We stay up all night, with me could I be a man? Tell me that you like. I can try. Mommy, I could die. It's gonna be a bit right. Don't need to understand. Told me I can try. I don't need no happening. You stayed up all night to me, could I be a man? Tell me dirty lies, like you need a man. It's gonna be alright. Promise I'll be there. If you need me, I can try. You need me, I can try. If you hurt me, I'll die. If you need me, I can try. If you need me, it's gonna be alright, I don't need to understand. Told me I could try, I don't need no help now. You said all night, do me good, I'll be a man. Tell me you like, be a man. It's gonna be alright, I don't need to understand. Tell me I could try, I don't need no help now. You said all night, do me good, I'll be a man. Tell me you like, tell me you like. snatch her a necklace, drop a couple on the ring. She ain't wantin' for nothing because I got her everything is big. So up on the band, though, remind me where I can't go. When me push got the stamp, though, kind of hell in the bands, though. Well, I'm fucking your bands, go fatty, up on them at 50,000 K, how I stand, though. If you checkin' from my pockets, I'm locked. And I get high with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I can ride with my baby, baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, yeah. And I can ride with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I can ride with my baby, baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Seen your pretty ass soon as you came in the door. I just wanna chill, got a sack for us to roll. Married to the money, introduced her to my stove. Showed her how to whip it, now she remixing below. She my track queen, let her hit the bando. We be counting up, rock the bottom bands though. We just set it though, talking matching Lambos. 56 a grand, 500 grand though. Man, I swear I love her, how she work the grand pole. Hit the strip club, and you let the man go. Everybody hate her, we just call it fans though. In love with the money, I ain't never let go. I'll be smoking dope and you know backwards what I roll. Remy boy, fatty, eating shit up, that's for sure. I'll run in your house, then I fuck your hoe. Remy boys is nothing, Remy boys is nothing.
Yeah, you hear my boy, sounding like a zillion bucks on a track. I got whatever on my board, whatever. Put your money where your mouth is. Money on the wood make the game go good. Money out of sight cause fights. Put up or shut up, huh? Knit the grit, huh? RGF Productions.
Hoes
Me is like a ripping blade waiting to retire.
It's that chorus gripping at the graveyard. Start an A-ball, bullets fall like a raindrop on a stable. 5150, sidewalk killer. Northside gorilla, grade 5, not militia. I'm a pawn, get the picture, shooting jaw through my tissue. Walking summer with I see the lane with no filler. Triple the 6, fuck a bitch. I get that itch, I gotta scratch you. Is a bitch you never scratch. I got them demons on my bed. They telling me it's time to fucking kill tonight. Riding with the lights, standing in the scope on sight. What a thrill when that trigger finger pull. Out for hell, fuck the law, pussy, boy, fuck you. Creeping out the jungle, it's a silverback gorilla, man. Beating on my chest, I pull up, then I blow your fucking brains. Throw your ligaments inside a pit, and then I watch them burn. Dance around the flames, I'm spitting out these sacrificial words. Roll me up a blunt with the page that I read about the Bible. I've been feeling homicidal, gripping on my fucking rifle. Bitch, you thinking that you safe, but I find out where the fuck you stay. Pull up to your neighborhood and let the fucking gauge spray. I'm sauce, and I do the soft, and I lay inside my coffin rod, and I see it blood, and I'm skating down through Compton caution. And when I'm trying, I'm about to fucking rob him. Hanging from the crucifix and leave his family just to watch him.
Yeah, should've shown me the product, we could've did it. Everything going crazy, it's I'ma get it. And I just wanna move on and not regret it. But the past is too long, I just can't forget it. Securing the nails in the coffin, I don't get this feeling so often. You made me this way, I was off it. I'm done now and this is your caution. Cannot do that. You stabbing me straight in the back. Let's fuel to the flame. I'm here to attack. I'm cutting the head off the snake. That way we don't have to debate. That you was a fake. Everyone hates me. Close your case. This shit is a felony. Try to come back in my life. You get me. Now you're my enemy. There is no remedy. Nah.
Shitting me, what did you do this time? Babe, you're late. Look at my face and what did you see? I know you're lie. I know you shitting me, what did you do this? You said that it wasn't your intention. I know it was your decision.
She left me with a broken heart. She fooled me twice and it's all my fault. She cut too deep, now she left me scarred. Now there's so many thoughts going through my brain, and now I'm taking these shots like it's Novocaine. Yeah. Ooh, I fall apart. Down to my core. Ooh, I fall apart. Down to brush it off, but it keep on going. Covered in scars and I can't help showing. Whipping in the foreign and the tears keep blowing. Ice keep dropping and the drink keep flowing. Try to brush it off, but it keep on going. All these scars can't help from showing. Whipping in the foreign and the tears keep blowing. Yeah. Down to my core, ooh, I fall apart. Down to my core, ooh, didn't know it before. Surprised when you call me up, hardest damn jewelry I bought. You was my shorty I thought.
She only come out at night. Type of freak that I like. I never seen her in lights. Always on the move. Every room for two. I see you. She only come out at night. Type of freak that I like. I never seen her in lights. Always on the move. Every room for two. I see you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's a
Bonnie.
vibe, yeah, feeling right, yeah, keep it quiet. So much eyes, fantasize, yeah, the city lights. Yeah, day and night, through the day and night, through the day and night. Yeah, day and night, through the 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 day and night. Don't crush, you're moving too fast now. More cash might throw it on her ass now. Butterflies on the whip, that's a nigga dose. On my hoes, super thick and don't keep no legs closed. I got this like a Dito do, Might with the color of Beetlejuice, Peter Pan, Gucci Van, look at you, Nigga, you ain't, you bitch, you A. Niggas be watching like bitches and, Nigga, boy, barely don't get that shit, A. These niggas brought they irrelevant, A. Niggas be watching, these niggas be vibe, yeah. Feeling right, yeah. Keep it quiet. So much eyes, yeah. Spanish eyes, yeah. The city lights, so, yeah. Day and night, do the day and night, do the day and night, so, yeah. Day and night, do the 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 day and night.
choose you, and I'll be waiting. Oh, I will 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 be waiting. It's a state of fear. It's a state of fear.
too far gone. I hope wherever you are, your heart is still carrying that spark. You were the lightning strike that helped me see through the starless night. So quick, brilliant and bright. You were the lightning strike, distortion in my atmosphere, shook me to my core before you suddenly disappeared. I hope wherever you are, you're far, far along and not too far gone. I hope wherever you are, your heart is still carrying that spark. Though it was brief when our paths aligned, there's a part of myself that you helped define. I'll always remember your radiant shine, a setting sun in a scarlet sky. The clouds drag way towards the red children, and I never did drop. Burn on our eyes something, red my blood something, and make my heart stop. I hope wherever you are, you're far, far along and not too far gone. I hope wherever you are, your heart is still carrying that spark. I always wonder what could have been, but all I can do is wish you the best in the end. I know in time our worlds will mend, we all love again.
Overthinking, you and I would close your eyes only.
You should have told me that you were thinking about someone else. Drunk at a party, maybe just that your car broke down. Phone's been up for a couple months, so you call me now. I know you're like this. When shit don't go your way, you needed me to fix it. Yeah. Like me, I did. Now I ran out of every reason. Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where'd You should have told me that you were thinking about someone else. Drunk at a party, or maybe just that your car broke down. Phone's been up for a couple months, so you call me now. I know you're like this. When shit don't go your way, you need me to fix it. Like me, I did. Now I ran out of every reason. Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where'd you get the nerve? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurts. You broke me first. You broke me first. You broke me first. You broke me first.
Okay, I'm drugged out in your function with my gun out. She see I'm up now, all these bitches wanna fuck now. I'm going up now, all these bitches say what's up now. Hey, I got dumb clout, I ain't flexing, but I'm up now. She see my bracelet, got more chains than a slave ship. They say I'm brainless out in public with my stainless. I'm smoking dope, I'm taking off just like a spaceship. I'm smoking dope, I'm taking off just like a spaceship. Hey, why they hating? Why these pussy niggas hating? Hey, this that gang shit, nigga, tell me what you claiming. These bitches basic, all these bitches, they so basic. She give me brain, bitch, all I wanted was the brain, bitch. Okay, I lane switch, been a corner, still a drain, bitch. She think I'm famous, so she sucking on my anus. I'm smoking cigs up in my Uber, that shit stinking. I'm pulling up, I'm like, little shawty, what your name is? Ain't got no Uber, so I finesse her for the lift. Don't give a fuck about no nigga or no bitch. I'm pulling up on these niggas talking shit. Might punch you in the lip, you ain't with the shit. Hit you with the clip. Okay, I'm drugged out in your function with my gun out. She see I'm up now, all these bitches wanna fuck now. I'm going up now, all these bitches say what's up now. Hey, I got dumb clout, I ain't flexing, but I'm up now. She see my bracelet, got more chains than a slave ship. They say I'm brainless out in public with my stainless. I'm smoking dope, I'm taking off just like a spaceship. I'm smoking dope, I'm taking off just like a spaceship. But I'm up now. She see my bracelet, got more chains than a slave ship. They say I'm brainless out in public with my stainless. I'm smoking dope, I'm taking off just like a spaceship. I'm smoking dope, I'm taking off just like a spaceship.
lost myself in a cloud of
Should've seen the sign, so I guess I deserved it. Made a habit overlooking cracks in the surface. Going along with the bullshit you sold me. What was I to do when the bottle stopped working? Trying to make a home out of house while it's burning down. Burn it to the ground. Oh, if all these walls could talk, they would tell me sit down, man, shut the fuck up. You put me through hell, but I can't get enough. It took a little while, baby, then I woke up. Oh, when all these tattoos fade, I will never look back. You'll be in the same place. Keep telling myself if I wanted you to change, I'd be waiting forever. Waiting forever. Yeah, you could have done a better job at hiding your intentions. I know what you did. Stop being so defensive. Save it. When did you become so jaded? I see so many come and go, they come back to me. I never ever let another take half of me. I can't win, still I chase it. Oh, if all these walls could talk, just look right at my face. Yeah, you should stay away. There's nothing left to fade. There's nothing left to take. Oh, if all these walls could talk, they would tell me sit down, man, shut the fuck up. You put me through hell, but I can't get enough. It took a little while, baby, then I woke up. Oh, when all these tattoos fade, I will never look back. You'll be in the same place. Keep telling myself if I wanted you to change, I'd be waiting forever.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Joe?
We're doing it.
Oh, it just started?
Yeah, we're rolling.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too.
Dude, you're like one of my longest term comedy friends. Like, we've known each other since the early years, man.
I want to say like 91.
Yeah, I think it's around 91.
And what a lot of people probably don't even know is like the way your TV career, your Hardball.
Yeah, you were on Hardball. Jim and I did a pilot for a sitcom that was on Fox in like 93.
Yep.
Right? Like
Yep.
93?
Yep.
And Jim was he was the mascot for
Yeah.
the opposing team.
Right.
And it was fucking hilarious. God damn, we had fun. I have a photo of you and I. We look like babies. I gotta find it. We look like babies.
I would love to see that photo.
Yeah, we were both like 26. And we were little cute-faced little babies.
And I remember watching the show, so excited for you, and then after Hardball, because I'd always follow you. You then was it News Radio?
Yeah.
I'm like, Joe's on News Radio, and I'd tell my wife, and we would watch like we're so excited for Joe. And then just watching you, just constantly grow and grow, and then when you started doing the UFC, I would tell my friends, like, that's the real Joe. Like, that's Joe's. And when you start doing this, I went, that's Joe Rogan, man. Meaning, this is how I've known you forever. It's not like we've hung out all the time, but I remember just being in LA, just hanging out, talking to you, and I couldn't relate to a lot of, I wanted leather pants and a fucking a white tiger walking down. I was chasing it all, whatever. You're like, oh, start him that way.
What did you want?
Dude, first time I went to LA, I went into a place and I bought like satin blue clothes. I wanted I wanted Eddie Murphy leather pants with like a tiger. I wanted to walk down Melrose with a tiger just so people go, fuckers, successful.
So you had some like high school boy, like the posters on the wall, like these kind of thoughts about success.
MTV showed me
Yeah.
that. So I wanted to
Oh,
be
right,
I
right.
wanted to be Judas Priest. I wanted
Right.
to. I didn't know the guy was wearing an S&M outfit. The store was metal.
Nobody did. He got so many guys.
He came out with a bullwhip. And
When he came out as gay, a lot of guys were like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, duh. I mean, look how he's dressed. Give me a photo of Rob Halford. I met Rob Halford. He's a really nice guy. I did this VH1 show that I hosted once, and he was one of the guests on it. Super cool guy.
great guy.
You got another thing coming.
And I
Look at
would
him.
I would argue with people. They go, Brewer, you know this guy's gay. I'm like, no, he's not.
Look at the chaps. You don't even see the chaps in that picture. You
He's
just see
got
the top of
he's
them.
got a bullwhip. He's wearing an S&M outfit.
Yeah.
He's
Look at that one. Go to that one with the open shirt.
right
with the
there.
vest.
He's
Yeah.
screaming, "I'm gay," and I'm yelling at people, going, "No, he's not. He's metal, you moron." And the reason why I would argue is because I'd say he doesn't have an earring in his right ear, because that's what
That was the
defined
thing back
what was
then.
gay.
Yeah.
I had dangling cross earrings, so everyone that was gay knew, hey, Brewer is not gay. He's got it on the left side. But if you had it on the right ear, you're like, oh, this guy.
Remember that?
Of course I do.
I remember if you were a rock and roll guy, you were allowed to have 1 and 2 ears.
Yeah,
You're
and
a
still
rebel.
it was a little sketch.
Was
For
still
me,
a
it was a little sketch. Yeah. If you had in your right ear, like,
And if you had hoops, they couldn't be too big. I remember I got a hoop on my left ear, and it was a little too big. And I looked at myself in the mirror, and I'm like, I don't know about that hoop.
I'm glad I didn't know you that. I think Joe turned a corner.
Something about that.
Yeah,
hoop.
something about Joe. You turned a corner.
Yeah, Rob Halford got everybody to dress up like an S&M person.
Dude, I swear in my life, I went to this little shop. I grew up in Long Island, and there was this little rock and roll shop named Slip Disc, and they sold the Rob Halford with like the spikes.
A glove?
No, it was
Oh, the
around
wrist
the wristband,
thing. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And I remember going to order pizza, and I rolled my denim jacket, and I go, "Let me get 2 slices," and I just let everyone know, like, you see what the fuck I got on. You see what's going down, right? What a bunch of morons. So that's why I can't. That's why I can't get annoyed at my kids, because I had a dangling cross earring. I'm wearing a denim jacket with painted Judas Priest on the back, and I think I know the world. I mean, that's.
You
And
gotta-
I'm in LA, and I'm ready to wear leather pants.
Every kid's got to be able to make their own fucking ridiculous mistakes like that.
Yeah. Oh, so was what I know you don't remember, but I remember being in LA with you. I don't know what the hell maybe it was for the pilot, and I'm ready to go and go star humping and get my star on, and you're like, dude, want to go to the gym? I went, the gym? Why would you want to go to the gym? We're in LA. Like, bro, go to the gym, and I'm going to the pool hall. You want to go to the pool hall? And you dragged me to the pool hall, and I was just like, what am I doing?
That was Hollywood Billiards.
Yes.
Famous place.
But you stayed who you were. And that I always admired. I always admired that.
Well, I got lucky. Those things didn't have an appeal to me, like going to parties and all that stuff. It just there was no appeal. For whatever reason, I just didn't find it interesting. I mean, occasionally go to a party, talk to some interesting people. It's fun. But for the most part, I felt like it was a lot of standing around. And in Hollywood, the conversations that were really interesting were few and far between. They weren't that like I've been to parties at friends' house that have like really cool friends, and you meet interesting people and you have like really fun conversations. But in Hollywood, it was a lot of like who you know and what are you doing and what we're planning and how we're gonna take over. And
Did you has a deal? Oh my god, I know him. I can hook you up with that producer.
the deal thing, and getting to know actors was such a. It was like these poor folks had. You know how a lot of kids today have a real problem with social media because they're looking at other people's stuff and other people's faces look perfect because they're wearing filters, and they have this they see other people party and they have the FOMO, the fear of missing out, and they're constantly comparing themselves to other people. Well, for actors, when I lived in the 90s in Hollywood, it was the Hollywood Reporter and like Variety and all of the industry magazines.
Yeah.
They would all sit around reading them the same way like a jealous person looks at someone's Instagram. Like you look at some guy's car, God, he's got a fucking 79 Camaro, shit. You know, and
Yeah.
just look at her with her Gucci bag and her this and her that.
And they'd also flaunt. I remember being with some, I don't even want to give the person credit. So I'm working with some person, and
What's their name rhyme with?
Hats. So Mr. Hats, who's literally like a Dr. Seuss character
Right.
anyway, would try to impress his people, and I'll never forget. He's like, "I've got this brand new Lamborghini. You gotta check it out." And so but Mr. Hats didn't buy a brand new Lamborghini. He bought a used one. And he goes to this lot, which is next to Jay Leno. It's just, that's all they do is name drop, money, name drop. And so he's pulling out of the garage. The side view mirror starts dangling. And the back, and he's 6'3", so he's in his fucking thing like this. Hop over there, Papa, while I try to abuse more young minds like yourself and rape your ideas. So he hopped in there, and then the thing bottomed out, and it, broke down 2 days later. But going to that distance just to show off is just exhausting.
Some
Thank
people,
God.
they think that that's the only way in their head they've ever made it. They have to have that thing where they show, I've got the Lamborghini, I got the house in the Hollywood Hills, like here I am. Like that's one of the reasons why people like to throw parties. It's not just to have a bunch of people over the house, to show you what they have. Like, look.
And I was falling for that in the beginning. I
Yeah.
fell for it hard. But
how'd you get out of it? Because you live, I love the way you live. You live in New Jersey. You live in like a nice, beautiful community with trees and shit, and everything's calm, and and you're a family man. Like I love the fact that you just went no.
Yeah, I grew up probably like the way you did. I don't know exactly. I grew up very blue collar. My dad was sanitation. My mom worked at the airport. We lived near JFK, and everyone looked after each other. It was a community. It was a family. You may not liked each other, but everyone. I thrived for that my whole life. Once I left it, and Hollywood doesn't present. Nowhere presents. So, how did I leave it? I think it was honestly, I think getting fired, seeing too much of Hollywood. I got shot out of a cannon, and I immediately had such a disgusting taste in my life. I wanted nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, you went from SNL to just going, fuck it. I'm just gonna do stand up. I'm gonna do my radio show. I'm gonna do stand up.
Right after that, well, okay. So when you, at the end of the day, I didn't even want SNL. I didn't want SNL. And you and I both know that was nobody came out there going, that's the greatest gig. It's very rarely people came out there.
They come out of there like they were in a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like they just got out of a fucking bar fight. Like,
exactly.
That's how Phil Hartman was. When I first started working with Phil Hartman in '94, he had just left SNL, and it took a while for him to be comfortable around us. Like the news radio people, the actors were super friendly. Everybody liked to get hammered. That was like the big thing. We would get fucking blasted drunk.
Yeah.
But we were all like really, like in terms of like actors, genuinely supportive. Like Dave Foley was the most supportive guy ever. Like he was always writing jokes for you. He was always like rewriting scenes for you. Like, Jim, why don't you come in and say this instead? Or he would write like really great lines. But Phil was like he was in a competition at first. He thought like everybody was going to be competitive, and then once he relaxed, Phil liked to smoke weed. And once he relaxed, he's like, going on over there was like everything was like dog eat dog, and everybody's at each other's throats.
It's dog eat dog. And there's no rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason. It's just like politics. In other words, I can't help with Congress what bill they're going to pass, even they know this is going to work. Nope.
Same kind of stuff.
It's the same exact thing.
Because you're fighting to get your bits on, right? You're fighting to get your pieces on. You're fighting to get your little sketches on.
Yeah, and the worst part is, something's going to work, and you have someone come to you. Towards the end, it made me such a dark human being because I'm the, hey man, let's all be a team. And I used to, when I worked with hats, I said, let's look at this roster. Holy crap. Let's see who goes in the Boston Comedy Club. Let's just buy a script and put everyone in it and let them play to their strength. Wow, this one. I'm like, I wish I had the business smarts to go back and do that, because it would have been so much fun. I mean, maybe it would have been disaster. Maybe I would have ended up getting leather pants. I got my fucking White Lion leather pants. But it makes you so, I don't want to rehash bad memories.
You never got bitter, but you understood that bitterness is an option.
Correct. And I started smoking an intense amount of pot.
Yeah.
Just to numb myself.
I remember when you told me you quit. You're like, dude, I'm hearing voices. I think the government's following me. You went so far.
I went far.
I let Jim quit. But then I talked to him. I was like, oh, he might have went into Never Land. He went into the land of no return.
Well,
when you start thinking that the government is watching you.
Nonstop.
Yeah.
Nonstop. They're on me because they know I think by myself. Right. It's like the scene in Goodfellas. The goddamn fucking helicopter.
Fucking love that scene.
But I will say this. Yeah, I have.
Have you returned to the fold?
I haven't returned the way I have in the past.
Oh, but a little bit.
But I have. You will never see me. It's very private.
You're a private weed smoker?
Yeah.
How does that work?
In other words, I don't do it with people anymore because it keeps the paranoia away. Because I don't trust anyone.
Oh, okay.
I don't trust anyone.
Okay.
I still don't and I haven't smoked. I went a little bit. I went out to Colorado, 5 little milligrams and 10 little.
Fives are nice. Those little edibles.
Oh my god.
Five's nice.
Yes, just
Gentle,
have that. And go,
gentle.
yeah, and then have like a martini.
I'm
set.
Yeah, martini. Extra dirty.
Not too dirty.
I like it dirty.
I like it. Not crazy dirty, but a little dirty.
A little dirty. I like that olive juice. It's delicious.
I do too. So, here's what happened. My wife. This is why my wife's a powerhouse. When you find someone that don't give a shit about the industry and they only care about you, it's very hard as an artist that's chasing a star, because you're always chasing the star and you're always chasing the mansion. She would go, I'll never forget, she's like, why don't you just quit? Like, seriously, are you stupid? You don't quit Saturday Night Live. What the hell is and she's like, look at you. You come home, you're miserable, they control everything, they steal your ideas. This one stole, I saw in my own 2 eyes how they treated you in this particular.
How do they steal your ideas? Here we go.
I'll give you.
You sure you don't want to get high first?
No. Let's go take a pee break. Let's take a pee break. No, and again, I've released all this.
Okay.
You know, I got a strong moral backbone. I'm good. So, no, I don't have any bad feelings. What happened was, and I'm not going to put out, I don't want to hash names and all that, but what would happen is something like this. You're writing a sketch, and then one of the head writers would come in the doorway and go, hey, I see you're writing a sketch about blah, 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 because we have the main server and we check everyone's sketches. I just want to let you know I'm writing the same thing. He goes, you can continue yours, but, you know, I'm in the room with Lorne. I'm just...
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. So, this is at...
So they would go onto the server, they would see the sketches that you're writing, and
then there was times where a cast member would come in and look at my board and go, oh, what does that mean? I go, oh, that's a sketch, and I know so-and-so's coming, and I know the ratings are going to be high that week, so I'm waiting to bring my A stuff for that. Everyone's going to come out with their fangs out when this one's on. So I'm going to save that sketch for when they're on, and then this person would ask me, oh, my God, what exactly? I said, well, I'm going to take it out of its element. You know, like back then, it was like Pesci, and I'm like, Pesci's gonna read to children about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and explain why his nose is red, and the big joke is because he's a rat, and I compare it to the whole neighborhood. He's a rat, that's why his nose is red when you go. And so you end up beating certain kids, blah blah. The next week, the whole room is set, and you're sitting there, and then this person, you know, Lauren goes, next sketch is, you know, Al Pacino as Scarface reading to school children Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And you go, and you look, you see their eyes are down. You know what's going on. You know what happened.
And you can't say anything.
Well, when you say something, which I eventually did, dude, I think I may be, and I want to challenge all SNL cast and writers, I may be the last one that threatened violence. I was in a room with one of the guys, and I literally said, I will knock your fucking teeth down your fucking throat, you motherfucker! If you don't want to fucking be here, get the fuck out! You don't shit on my shit because you don't want to fucking... Oh, dude.
Whoa.
And I told him, I'll knock his fucking teeth down his throat. I'm not from the writing world. So that's where that place brought me.
Wow.
And so, and that particular instance was, see, now I'm getting all over
That's
the place.
got to be coming from the top down, because when I got alone with Phil, like Phil and I became close, and you know, we would hang out together, especially in his dressing room. He had a nice dressing room, had it all set up, had guitars. looking at his aviation books and shit, and he would we would talk about his time there, and he's like, it just made me bitter and angry.
Yes.
Yeah, but it seems like it's always been that way. That it's been from the top down.
And this particular
What year were you on?
95 to 98.
So you were on right after Phil left.
Yeah.
Because I was
Yes.
with Phil in 94.
Yes. And so when that person did that, I then went up to them and I waited. And I was like, you motherfucker. He goes, I didn't take it. Now, this one also is getting more airtime because they're in with this specific head writer. And then the head writer comes to me, hey, man, leave him alone. I go, hey, man, stop him from stealing. Well, you know, I don't care what he does, just leave him alone during my sketches. I'm like, why you do? So you're it's like you're in high school, and so yeah, it makes you. And then here, I remember doing something where I played a drunk guy, and I didn't know exactly how to do it, but I always wanted to be another Foster Brooks. I loved Foster Brooks. He made me laugh. So you know who he is? Do you remember Foster Brooks?
No, I don't.
The Foster Brooks,
you know who he is?
Dean Martin, the airplane. This guy was the greatest drunk in history. In history. He was belly laughing funny to the point where I don't believe he was sober, even though clearly he was just doing a character. He was the greatest drunk character in history.
That's Foster Brooks?
That's Foster Brooks.
I have no idea who this guy
Are
is.
you kidding me? You got to...
I'm here to salute. This bomb is packed. My bosom. My bosom.
See now,
So
he's
he was
about
playing a drunk.
Yeah, but he's overdone the character by this sketch. You got to go back when he's like doing the airplane, and when there's an airplane sketch where he does, and this is when he first started coming out. It was So long story short, I wanted to do another Foster Brooks type thing. So I did the character. I'm not a great writer. I'm not a good writer at all. But like I'll come up with the character and try to, and if we could put it somewhere, great. And I remember the writer coming up saying, yeah, Lauren doesn't like drunks because, you know, the past and John and blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. And then 2 weeks later...
John Belushi, I mean?
Yeah, I guess that's what he meant. And then 2 weeks later, it's the drunk character. I'm like, what? Dude, what the... It's little things that mind screw you like that. So by the time... The big finale was towards the end. You know, someone told me, you know what Sandler did? Sandler went through this. Everyone went through this. Comedians go through this. What you got to do is get on the update, and you got to get in the do everything you can to go in the update, and everything you can in the opening monologue, because the head writers can't mess with you. He goes, that's not really their department.
That is so crazy that that's something you have to think about.
So then that's why I started doing it. If you notice, in '98, I started getting more monologues. And then even there, they were like, we got this. And then it was a final monologue. It was Matthew Broderick. And it was when Matthew Broderick was on, and he couldn't get through some of the sketches I was doing with him. He'd start laughing. And so when we went to, he really wanted to do this monologue with me. And these particular head writers were like, no, we're not doing it. Although Matthew was like, I want to do Jim's. I want to do Jim and Tracy's. And there was 2-3 sketches we had together, and he laughed during the dress show. Like, he couldn't keep a straight face. And then I remember this particular writer who had a problem with, I didn't have a problem. He just didn't like, whatever. He had a hard on for me, whatever. I don't understand ego. If you got an ego, that is what it is. And he said, yeah, it's too bad he laughed because now we don't know if it works. So that's going to be cut and this is cut. And listen, we filmed the monologue. It worked, but we're going to go with my monologue during the air show. You know what, man? I'm going to talk to Lauren. He goes, no, you're not. I said, no, I'm talking to Lauren now. I'm not afraid to talk to Lauren anymore. Because that's another thing. It's like, you're not allowed to talk to the president. Don't talk to the president. They put this.
So he was saying, no, you're not?
Yeah.
You're going to talk to Lauren?
100%. We'll talk to him. No, we'll both go talk to him. And then I knew right from that minute I was done. I knew I was done. And then that summer, this guy named Gary Considine, Tonight Show, he said, Jim, what happened, dude? I said, what's the matter? He goes, so-and-so and so-and-so are really saying you're out. And I went, really? I go, well, I'll tell you what, I don't want to do it anymore. My wife said, just please quit. She goes, you said in your life, if any job, no matter how much money you paid, makes you a miserable human being and changes the person you are, you weren't going to work there. She's like, look at you. You're angry all the time. You smoke pot all the time to numb yourself. You're not Jim anymore. Where's the goofy, uplifting Jim? And I wanted to like, you're so stupid, but you're so stupid.
But she was so smart.
She was so smart. And it was the greatest. And I give Lauren a lot of credit. Because Lauren said to me, Jim, you're too nice for this business.
Wow.
And he said, which I'll never forget, it was a couple things Lauren said. And I never blamed Lauren. I always really admired her. I said, he goes, and if you ever want to do something, I'm your producer. I'll produce it for you. Which I never took that opportunity up. But I'll never forget when he said that to me. So I was very thankful that he was understanding and let me go.
You know, Mitch Hedberg had a great line once about how when you're a comic, everybody wants you to be an actor. You know, remember that bit?
Yes.
It's so true because as a comic, you're such a great comic and you're so funny. Your comedy's so wild and it's so uniquely you. Like, even though you were great on SNL, you're so much better as a comic. That's your world, and
it's my world.
And no one can fuck with you, and you could do the whole thing yourself, and then people come to see it for what it is. Yeah, and you don't have to deal with Weasley writers.
And if I fail, I can live with that. I can live with my failure.
The environments that they created in all the different seasons of SNL, I don't know from firsthand experience, but from everybody that I know that's worked there, it's been this super competitive, toxic, political, backstabby sort of a thing that you become like those show business cliches if you fall into it.
And to be honest with you, Joe, when I would see each week, you'd see a new celebrity like you do. You see people come in and out of here. So you start, I'm sure there's things that you see and you go, how does the world have no clue that this person's like that? Or maybe you don't, but I would see so many come in and I'd go, how does no one know?
No, that guy's a cunt.
Yes. Yes. And how does no one know this one's a militant gay, which if that's what you are, fine.
But they hide it.
But they hide it.
It's weird.
And how does this one get away with being a drug addict and how does this one get away with having very suspect, clearly hookers come in of the male kind where I remember this one particular and I walked in, I told Dee, I don't know if this person was, maybe they were 18. I don't know.
Oh, no.
And I remember them coming in like, is so-and-so here? And I looked down and went, yeah, their dressing room's over there. I was like, oh, wow.
And you could tell they were prostitutes?
They weren't coming to talk politics.
How do you know?
I don't know.
Maybe they just are really
You know
good
what?
at politics,
Maybe they
but
were
also
maybe they were therapists.
Yes.
They could have been therapists.
Maybe they were foot massagers.
You know what? They could have been a foot massagist, and they could have been teaching them how to make certain crochets, or paper airplanes.
That's got to be
don't
the
know.
saddest one when you wish that you could just be yourself, but you can't. You have to. Like I feel terrible for gay guys in show business that are still trapped, and I I have a few
trapped.
friends
Yeah.
that are great guys, but they just feel like if they come out that people won't look at them the same way. I'm like, man, they'll love you more.
I agree.
Don Herrera had the best line. And he goes, I wish I was in the closet. That's how little I give a fuck. He goes, I would love to come out. He goes, if I was gay, he goes, I'd be so happy to come out of the closet. I don't give a fuck.
You know who I'd always tried was Meanie. Kevin Meanie. He made me laugh so hard. I got stoned with Kevin. It was one of the hardest I ever laughed in my life. And he'd be like,
So this is before he came out?
before he came out.
Did you know he was gay?
He didn't admit. I knew.
You knew something was going on.
Yeah, because when he come on my radio show, this is what they do. What a lot of gay people, or if you're into drugs, like I'll sit here, I'm like, it'd be great if I was high right now, and that's my cue. I'm putting it out there for someone to go, oh, do you want to get high? Oh, no. When it comes to penis, oh, are you? No, just that. Just for the joke out there. And so he, along with two other people I knew, would always put certain references out. I would see this other person. This person I remember spending time with them. We had a condo, and they came out, and they had their donkey hanging out. And I went, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, is this intimidating? I went, no, but I've never hung out with another male friend that walks around holding his donkey, showing it to another male. It's weird, dude. Do girls do that? I don't know. It's just.
I don't think they do.
No.
Your pussy's hanging out. There's a lot of other issues.
There's issues. Something going on there.
Something's happening.
You need a friend.
Yeah.
You need a friend. So Kevin he's talking about show tunes, and he's talking about this.
He's wearing a bow tie.
He's wearing a bow tie. Enough said. And I love you, man. And I said, is there something you want to say? Because I think the world is okay with it. He's like, what do you mean?
Oh,
Kev.
Yeah. You can't get a guy to say that.
No, not a radio. But that's too. I try to get things right.
When I was, I think I was 18 or 19. I went to see Kevin Meaney at Catch a Rising Star in Cambridge, Massachusetts, when he was on top of the world. I don't know if it was a 21 club. I don't know if I was 21 yet. I don't think I was, because it was my friend from high school, Diane DeRosa, and we went there, and he was so funny. It was I couldn't calculate it in my brain. I didn't understand how he was so funny, because, he was like, we're big pants people. We wear big pants. He had that whole big pants bit. My God, dude, it was like I couldn't breathe. Like no one could breathe. He destroyed in a way that it's hard to imagine someone killing that hard. And it was all like, he was so comfortable and loose, and it was, he was on fire back then.
Yeah, he was.
This is before I did stand-up. I was just going to see stand-up then and watching it, and I remember thinking, like, God, I don't even know what that guy did. It was some kind of wizardry.
The first guy made me laugh like that in person hard was Richard Jenny.
Oh, yeah.
And this guy would talk about a bottle of water and hit it from every time I think he's done, he'd come out with it. He just keep going.
He was so good in the 80s, people don't know.
Guy was a monster.
A monster.
A monster. But
I worked at Eastside Comedy Club.
Yeah.
They told me that he did 4 different hours. Never repeated a joke. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. And every comic was sitting around afterwards like they should quit. They were like, fuck, I should just quit.
I never, ever. And you know what? Right before he took himself out, I learned... He taught me a lesson, because even when I had my radio show, I'm still chasing vanity a little bit and ego or whatever. And he's on my radio show, and he's going, he's asking me about whatever, and I said, I'm looking up to you and this and that, and I go, but still, this is cool, but I want X, Y, and Z. And he just looked at me with this dead stare, and he goes, a guy with his own radio show, and he still wants more. He wasn't kidding.
No, I wasn't kidding.
And the way he said it, I
Yeah.
was like, oh, wow. It went right through me. And then, you know, it was a couple months later, I might have helped him. I might have been his last little glimmer of hope. I totally blew that one.
I ran into him a short while before he killed himself on a plane, on a flight, just randomly. He was sitting right in front of me. I'm pretty sure we were coming from Austin too. I think he was doing a corporate gig, and I think I was doing Cap City. And pretty sure it was Austin. And I remember sitting there talking, I'm like, hey, Rich, what's up? How you doing? I was in town doing a corporate gig, and he always looked like a little out of place.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Always looked like you felt like you shouldn't be there, a little.
Yeah.
You know?
So I got a question for you. So when you do your shows,
stand-up shows?
Yeah, I've seen you doing it with Chappelle, right? Do you touch any political stuff whatsoever?
No, I don't. Not necessarily. I don't think politics are very funny.
Me either.
And I think the division that we have in this country is very disturbing. And I think there's a weird, almost like a mental contagion that's going on through this country of division, of left versus right. People are choosing sides, and people are, you know, either everyone's a communist or everyone's a racist. It's like there's these absolutes that people are trying to describe people in these ways, and it's very disturbing to me, because I don't think I've ever been a part of. For sure, I've never seen society this divided.
And where do you think that comes from, honestly?
Social media. It's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. It's a big part of looking for like-minded groups and finding them, and also being afraid to deviate from any lines that have been established. Like, if you don't agree with this, you're a that. If you don't agree with that, you're a this. And there's these people getting in these echo chambers. And then there's these algorithms that unfortunately feed into natural human patterns of behavior, which is to gravitate towards things that infuriate you. So whether it's Facebook, did you ever see The Social Dilemma?
No, I heard about it.
It's great. You should watch it. It's
I heard
so
about it.
disturbing, because they're essentially setting this up. And it reinforced how I felt and explained things even better to me. And in that documentary, what they're essentially saying is that if this keeps going, we're on the verge of civil war. That these social media algorithms, whether it's for Instagram or Twitter, and the way these things affect the human mind, and how these people are profiting off of this stuff in a massive, massive way, that they're leading us closer and closer towards the ultimate division, like literally a civil war. And I feel that way. I really do feel that way.
And what about regular media, though? Don't you think they're also part of, if not sometimes more, the culprit?
The problem with regular media is they're so often full of shit, yet they are trusted by way too many people. And I think there's less trust now than ever before. You know, did you see the shit that the Washington Post had to just retract? That they had attributed a bunch of quotes to Trump after the election with Georgia that turned out to be false. Like, he never said them. And one of them was like, find the fraud. And he told the person he would be a national hero. Well, then they got the audio record. And by the way, just to be clear, he did say a lot of things that he should not have said. There was a lot of shit that he said that is egregious. But this is one particular one that they attributed to him that was not true. He never said it. They got the audio recording of the actual phone call. And basically what he said is, you're doing the most important job in the world, is counting these ballots. He did not say find the fraud. He didn't say these things that they were attributing to him. And so for months, since December, they've been saying this, that he said these things. Now here we are in March, and they finally have to retract it when the audio recordings come out. But means that someone who was an anti-Trump person, who was like an unnamed source, gave them these quotes, and then they printed them. This is our trusted media. That's a real problem. It's a real problem.
And people, this is the greatest time in human history where there's absolutely zero thinking. When I say zero thinking, and or you're put in fear of thinking. I'll give you a little example.
Okay.
I came in, I had to have a COVID test for a walk in here, right? So talking to your nurse, and I said, I had it in December, and I didn't tell anyone. because I put it on social media and I put it everywhere because I didn't want people like, oh, we're gonna cancel shows and blah 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 blah. It's just the hysteria that goes.
How
on.
bad was it?
It was like a very mild sinus infection. Basically,
That's what Jamie had. Basically,
it started in my nose, right, and I had a little like I had one of those. But I immediately, from the past, anytime I get sick, I'm traveling, so I know I've been sick on the road. I immediately put a nose spray, constant cleaning, and I have a an inhaler, like a steroid, to get my lungs going. So I started that. The next day, body felt like I was getting something, and which I've had in the past. Almost, I don't get the chills. My skin gets really sensitive, and then after that, a little tired, but I can breathe, but clearly I had a sinus infection. That's the best way to describe it. Now here's the thing. Now I gave it to my wife and my youngest daughter, and the other two, my other two daughters were like, "We're out of here. We're getting tested." They both did negative. Shoom, they left the house. We're out of here, and they got bubbles around the head and they're freaking wearing their space outfits. So they're gone. My youngest one comes home from school, and she has to take a test, and they say, you're positive. And she clearly got sick. My wife's sick, I'm sick now. None of us, I have an infectious disease doctor in New Jersey. His specialty is infectious disease. I said, Doc, my daughter is positive. I clearly gave it to her. He goes, you need to get tested before I see you. I said, okay, well, it's a 2-3 day wait. In the meantime, don't you have anything? He goes, take vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. He goes, do you have a high fever? I went, no. He goes, do you have trouble breathing? I went, no. He goes, then don't worry about it. So part of me started getting infuriated. I said, so you're telling me the world is shutting down, and you're telling me to take vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc? He goes, I need you to get the test. Okay, I'll get the test. Now, I'm a little aggravated. I just want something to get rid of this.
Right.
Okay, that's all I want.
Right.
So now it's going on the second week. And this thing's annoying because I'm taking 2,000 Ds and 3,000 Cs and zinc and A and whatever he's telling me to do. My daughter is getting better. My wife still can't smell or taste. And she's got stage 4 cancer. So she's like super high. She's doing great and all that. But she's doing great. She's on trial. She's crushing it. So if anything, she's the most danger because of her immune system. Week 2, I get a test. The same test I just took here, which is a very reliable test. And I told my doctor, hey, man, it's official. I tested positive. Which test did you take? I said, I took the rapid because I don't accept that one. You don't accept that? Infectious disease doctor, and you don't accept that test.
What did he want? PCR test?
He wanted, yeah, whatever. He's got to go to the lab. Now we're going on day 12. And you're still telling me to take vitamins and stuff? So finally, I said, I'm not doing that test because then I got to go in the state and the system. And they called looking for my daughter. Can we speak to your daughter? No, you may not. Well, is she doing the appropriate things? I have it as her father. Well, what is she doing? Go fuck yourself. That's what she's doing. You don't call my house. Government, you just overstepped your boundaries. You're just here to protect me, not to come knocking on my door to ask me what I'm doing and how I'm treating my 16-year-old. It's a very frightening place to be. Now, with that said, I then ask, hey, man, what can we do? He goes, I need that other test. And I went, I'm not getting the other test. So I called a friend, said, I'll get you something by tomorrow. I got stuff by the next day, and in 2 days, that stuff was clear. So I started asking her, why don't people And I just left the town of Chester, New Jersey, and there was there's a couple, there's about 15 of us, a group that formed this community during the whole COVID. And this one woman just got it, and she got hospitalized. I went, whoa, what happened? And she said, I waited 12 days, and then I had a problem. I started freaking out breathing. Went to the hospital, they gave me steroids and antibiotics, and it cleared right up. So my question is, why do you have to test positive to wait to get antibiotics or steroids if neither one of them hurt you or kill you while you're still waiting to see what this does? And she didn't have an answer. And she's like, that's a great question. I go, it's just a question. So if I'm a doctor and Joe Rogan comes to me and says, hey man, my daughter's positive, I have sinus, are you having trouble? No, well, I can give you this because I know it's not going to kill you, and I know I'm going to give you antibiotics, and hopefully in 2-3 days it will clear up. But it's not going to, and if it gets worse, then we'll take care of it then, because clearly this is not going to make you worse.
Right.
So why isn't that being done? And then my other question was, if that doctor, an infectious disease doctor, doesn't allow that test, how many people take that test and it counts as a number, but yet it doesn't count? So what is really going on is my question.
There's a lot of confusion, a massive amount of people. There's a disease that kills some folks, and there's a disease that we, in the beginning stages of this pandemic, thought was going to be far more severe than it turned out to be, and they never adjusted. That's the problem. The problem is it's still not good. You know, you don't want to catch COVID, but the vast majority of people who get it will be fine. 78% of the people that are hospitalized are obese. The obese people have a real hard time with it. There's 6% of the people who died from COVID only had COVID. The other
Can you repeat that number?
6%.
One more time.
6% of the people who died from COVID only had COVID. The other 94% had an average of 2.6 comorbidities. So almost 3. More than 2.5 comorbidities, meaning like obesity, you know, there's a bunch of different things that people have. Diabetes is a big one. Alzheimer's. There's a lot of like comorbidids that are very dangerous if you get COVID.
I'll tell you another one. So another one of our friends, his name is Rob. He's heavy. He's a mess, bro. Gout 3 times a year. He's a mess. He's totally heavy dude, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
July, he says, don't come near me. I have a sinus infection. And we all went, whoa, 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 whoa. Rob's off limits. You know, whoop, whoop, Rob's dying. And we're laughing. Rob died. He's got it. He's done. We said, you should really go check that out, Rob. We don't hear from Rob. Next thing, me and my wife went to Maine. Went on a mountain. We were on a lake. I felt like I was in. If I die, that is where heaven's gonna be. Is that trip with my wife? I come back. Gee, what's going on, Rob? What? He's in the hospital. What? He's on the
ventilator.
The ventilator one. What? Now he was a crazy Trump guy. He was like, Trump, full blown. I would go there and like, oh my God, these guys are talking politics again.
No.
Please get off. Every morning it was the liberals, the Democrats. It was a nonstop. Like, oh my God, I just want to have a muffin and relax. So with that, and I got caught up too. I would be a liar if I said I wasn't caught up in some stuff for a while. I was on the internet like, dude, JFK's coming back. I was like, of course, it makes all sense in the world. I was in, right? But this guy was like, if I ever get it, I'm taking hydrochloroquine, right? So now, and this is all still going, by the way. He gets admitted to the hospital, and then here comes my next question. And there is an ending to the story. He gets admitted. They say he's got brain damage from COVID. It's brain damage. Well, this is the information we're getting. Like, what? Never heard. What do you mean brain damage? Yeah, he's not gonna be able to walk. What? He has brain damage. Then it turned out he had strokes. The COVID caused strokes. Then it turned out, no. He asked for a specific drug. They said, we can't give it to you in the state of Jersey. And we're going to have to do testing before we could do stuff. Next thing you know, the guy's on high blood pressure, pills, and all that. They didn't give him his meds. He stroked out.
Oh.
Cut to, he's brain dead. His wife and 11-year-old, 13-year-old have to say goodbye to him before they pull the plug. They're not allowed to be with him. They have to FaceTime. So here's a question for you. No, this is going somewhere, bro, all right? Thank God one of our crew said, please send this person there just to one last look. The specialist shows up, said he's not brain dead. He's dehydrated. Who's been taking care of this patient? And who said he was COVID? I want everything. Gets everything, said, I need the wife and children in here. Oh, well, it's against our... Again, what's keeping you safe? What's keeping you safe? Bring his family in here. His family talks to him. His heart rate starts going up. In a week, he opens his eyes and communicates for the first time. And 6 weeks later, he now stands up for the first time. It was October. He finally got out, and he's still taking physical rehab. I got pictures of him, videos of him, and all that jazz. But he's recovering. So the point of my story is two things.
They were ready to let him die.
They were willing. They already said he's dead, and you can't visit him.
Jesus Christ.
So what kind
of fucking hospital is this?
It's in New Jersey.
That's crazy.
So but my question is this: when it comes to not being able to see elderly in elderly homes, you got to quarantine and all that. What keeps the workers safe? What keeps the quote heroes safe? And why can't you allow someone with a human touch? Because when you're at your weakest moment in time, you need a human. You need pure love. You need that child. You need your mother to come visit you. They're the ones, even if you're in your house, and the fact that they are stopping that is pure evil in my mind. It has nothing to do with safety. And if it is safety, then it's stupidity. And at the end of the day, it's evil. There's no protocol. It's stupidity.
I understand
in my opinion.
what you're saying. I think I think in the general sense, they're trying to protect people from getting infected.
Well, what
That's why they
keeps
don't
the
wanna
people
do
that
it.
works there infected?
Nothing.
Well, then what? There you go.
They
You just
wear
answered it.
the tightest masks that you can, but there's other things.
They give it to the child and the mom and dad.
Exactly. No, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
If your kid was dying, Joe,
Yeah.
you gonna allow them to keep you from seeing him?
No. I'm gonna do my best. Right. Everybody
You're gonna
does.
smash that door down, bro. I'll tell you that right now. You're gonna have to arrest me.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to arrest me. So
I feel the same way. I know what you're saying.
you got to question everything.
But you're right about the touch, about love, and about having hope and having someone come visit you. Despair is terrible for the immune system. All that stuff is. Do you know what a nocebo is? You know what that means?
No.
It's the opposite of placebo. A placebo effect is they give you a sugar pill and it makes you think that you're doing well. And you're like, oh. And then all of a sudden your symptoms improve and you actually get better.
Yeah.
Because your body is on a positive trip. Right?
Yeah.
Your body's like, oh, Jim got the medicine. We're healing up. And it literally has an actual physical measurable effect, and it's called the placebo effect. Well, there's also something that they believe is more powerful than the placebo effect, and that's the nocebo effect. The nocebo effect is telling someone that they have a disease, telling someone that there's an incurable disease or that they're sick, and then they fucking panic. Now, here's a perfect example. In 2007, there was a guy that was a part of a trial that they were doing, a double-blind, placebo-controlled trial on antidepressants. So they're trying to find the efficacy of antidepressants, and they give this guy these pills, and he shows up at the hospital. He's got an empty bottle of pills, and he goes, help me, help me. I took all the pills. And this guy collapses, all right? They bring him into the emergency room. His fucking blood pressure is dangerously low. His heart rate is jacked up. He's pale. He's sick. They're like, oh no. And so they find the guy's, the guy has a pill bottle they brought in with him. They find the guy's physician that's a part of the clinical trial. They bring the physician in. The physician tells him, you got the placebo. There's no medication here. These are bullshit pills. There's nothing in them. All of a sudden the guy gets better. Like that. His heart rate balances, his blood pressure balances. 15 minutes later, he's fine.
The power of your mind.
He was convinced that he was fucked. If you have someone in a hospital bed and you're telling them they're going to die and you're not going to see your family, and the amount of stress and the pain, your symptoms will crash. Everything will get more fucked up. Your body will go into a total state of shock. There's been people that have died because they were incorrectly diagnosed with cancer. And they went into this shock where they can't believe that they're not going to... And then their immune system crashes, their body crashes, and then they've done autopsies and they found out that it was benign.
And this is what drives me nuts, where nobody questions. You just go, no, that's what they said.
Dude, that's what
they said, so that's what we're doing.
That's what voodoo is. You know, like, people think that voodoo is bullshit. What voodoo is you tell someone, if you're a charismatic person, you have white paint on your face and fucking feathers and skulls on sticks, and you tell them, I put a curse on you. and you believe that shit, you will be in a full terror.
Yes!
You'll be in a full terror, and then your life will fall apart.
My hand to God, when I start my show, I say, and I've been saying, this is the greatest voodoo trick I've seen in humanity in my entire life. Because that's what it is. It's the greatest voodoo trick in history. It's mind-boggling. Now I'm able to sit and watch it and dodge from it, but at the same time, I'm baffled. How many people just don't question anything? It's mind-boggling. Now, back to what you were saying before. This is a cool thing. So I did a Metallica tour, right? Now, on this tour, I start to get to know like people from around the world that go to every single Metallica show. It was, and they
That's so wild.
It's so wild, and it's so cool. They call themselves the Metallica family, which I thought was amazing. Which I think is also amazing about you. Like, you have followers around the world. I think that's amazing. It's mind-boggling. You could probably tour Korea in countries you never thought you can tour in because of who you are and who listens to you. So with this Metallica thing, there's this one couple, Sarah and Pete. And Pete, the story was so, it's amazing. Pete's a vet, got his ass kicked and Iraq and blah, blah, blah. He came back, got in a motorcycle accident, destroyed, doesn't want to live anymore. He's stuck to a hospital bed, blah, blah. She's depressed because he doesn't want to live anymore. He hears Metallica's touring, and he said, and he's got brain damage. Irreversible brain damage. It's completely irreversible. And so he has to get checked every 6 weeks, and they keep saying, yeah, nothing's going down. Okay, so forever this part of the brain's going to be dead. He knows Metallica's coming, and she said she came home, and for the first time, he was trying to get up. And she said, what do you want? He's like, I want to see Metallica. She said, okay, well, I'll bring you to Metallica. She goes to Metallica, brings him in the wheelchair. He's got all his stuff. And then she sees, while she's waiting on tickets, all these other Metallica fans. And, they start like, oh, man, dude. They're taking care. And they become like a little, hey, next. Then they, and she saw how happy he was. And how much life was brought to him just from seeing Metallica. Right? Now, with that, now she goes, maybe I should follow them. So she goes and buys a couple more tickets, and he's got life. Now they follow them every time they tour. And I saw them, and then they come see me. And when I first met him, he's very subdued, he doesn't smile a whole lot. He's like, hi. Well, she's got this big smile. She's always bringing sunshine, great energy. By the end of the tour, as soon as the tour ended, I wish I had my email. I'm sure I could find the email. She goes, "Oh my God, Jim, you're not going to believe what's going on. I think we're going to the European tour. We're sorry, the U.S. tour, we're not going to see you, but the European tour." So why? The doctors, for the first time ever, said his brain is starting to heal itself. And they truly believe it's from going to the Metallica concerts. Maybe it's not the music, it's the community, the life, the people around him that's inspiring him. And they want to hook him up and start doing this as a test. Like perhaps this has the power of healing. Dude, how sick is that?
That's pretty sick. You know how when a song comes on, you get goosebumps?
Yeah.
That's a drug.
Of course it is.
It really is. It's medicine. There's something to it. Like when a good song comes on, you're like, "Fuck yeah!"
There's songs in it.
Look at that. Goosebumps. Those are legit. Woo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, music does something to you physically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if this guy is all of a sudden around all these people, the music is doing something to him physically, and then he has a sense of community and all this fun and love and camaraderie. Yeah, your fucking pistons start firing. Bang, bang, bang. Woo! Dun, 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 dun.
How'd you like talking to James?
I loved it.
He's cool.
I loved it. He's a really cool guy. I mean, you think about a guy that has been through so much craziness. Like, I think of fame as like redlining your personality, redlining your stress levels, redlining your life. And so for a guy that's been like, and then like, okay, I got to get off this ride for a little bit, and then you talk to him, and he's just aware that he redlined his life, you know, and he apparently redlined his life again, right? Started indulging again after that, and had to stop again. But to be a man that is that famous, that is that universally loved, to have that much pressure and attention, and to live that crazy life, that arena rock life of a like, you know, 1% rock star. Like, you get all the rock stars in the world. Metallica is like the 1% of the rock stars.
Hands down.
Yeah.
If they said they're touring Mars,
they're going to Mars.
Someone's
We're going to Mars.
Someone's going to
Yeah,
Mars.
people
Someone's
going to
going
Mars. They could do a tour in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and people would make it out there with water.
Without a doubt.
100%.
So, if I can ask you, out of everyone that you've talked with, who would be like your top? Like,
I don't have one. I really don't. I try.
You know, and I guess that's not. I guess you wouldn't even want to answer that, only because other people instantly go, "Oh, why didn't it?"
No, I mean, I would answer it. I would answer it if people got upset. I would, but I don't have a top.
What would you learn from them? You learn anyone?
Oh yeah, you learn from all of them, man. I mean, I learned from you. I learned from Neil deGrasse Tyson. I learned from Elon Musk. I learned from Lex Friedman. I learned from all these fucking scientists and people that I've had on, all these brilliant people. I learned from Matt Taibbi. I learned from, there's so many people that I've learned from. I've had a wild fucking education, man. I've had an 11-year education doing this podcast.
11 years now?
Yeah, it's
Holy
11 years.
crap.
Yeah.
That's a monstrosity.
Actually, yeah, it's almost 12. It'll be 12 years in December.
I remember I only been to one UFC fight, and I don't think I need to see another. And what I mean by that is, you were like, "Jim, you gotta see." And I was leaving that night. I was in Vegas, and I was leaving that night on a red eye, and I almost didn't get out. And you're like, "Jim, you gotta come tonight. This is the one you do, bro. You don't want to miss this one." I'm like, all right, I'll be there. And it was McGregor versus Spanish name dude. He wasn't supposed to be in a bill, and then they
Diaz?
Yeah.
Nate Diaz.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I still remember that. It's so vivid in my mind. There was an underscore, okay? There was an undercard. He looked like a guy like me, right, against this toolbox. And every time the kick would hit him, like I've seen on TV, but when you're there where you're standing, you hear like it sounded like a bat hitting a leg. And then after 3 kicks, I'm looking at his leg, and it looked like someone spray painted a purple on the inside of his leg. I went, oh my God, that's gotta be killing him. How's this human being standing? Oh my God. And so smack, smack, smack. And I don't even remember who won that. All I remember is the McGregor fight. And McGregor's in there, and he's definitely showboat, and I loved everything about it, right? And I'm sitting there in the front, and he comes in, and they start the first round, and I feel like Diaz had the best of him the first round. I don't remember a lot of it, but I remember the second round starting, and McGregor said something to him like, is that the best you got? Something like that. And I went, did he just say that to this guy? And he's trying to intimidate. But then I remember he was getting his ass kicked. And he was on the ground. It was ugly. The guy's on the ground. And he's going for the final choke him out.
Right.
And his wife was right behind me. And it was like a movie. I kept looking at her, like, oh, Greg, Greg. I'm looking at it. Oh my God, this must be a horror show. Oh my God, Becky, come on, Greg. She covered her eyes and went, oh my God, this is a horror show to watch your husband getting choked out and beaten his bleed. And then all of a sudden, he gets out of it and he makes it to his feet. And I think 3/4 of the arena was from Ireland. They're like, you can hear, they were going ape shit. And I remember, like, the hair on my back is standing watching this, and I remember Diaz's eyes. I'll never forget his eyes. If his eyes could talk, they said, oh no, I'm done.
Diaz? I think you got the wrong fight. You got this fight so fucked up. When Nate Diaz got on top of Conor McGregor, he fucking strangled him, and Conor tapped out.
No, then it wasn't that fight.
Okay, it's a different fight.
It was a good 5-6 years ago. 4 years ago?
Yeah, it was Nate Diaz.
You said the Chad Mendes fight.
Mendes!
Oh, Chad Mendes.
Mendes!
Okay, that's different. Okay, that makes sense.
It was Mendes.
Yes.
And so Mendes' eyes, I saw his eyes.
That's a different fight.
He went full blown, oh God, I'm done. I'm done. Because McGregor from the crowd and standing up, it was, oh no. And 5 seconds later, he knocked him out.
Yeah.
It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen live.
That was a fight that Chad Mendes, in his defense, took late notice, and he wasn't even training.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't ready for it.
He wasn't ready for it. Yeah, and he got knocked out.
But that was my only UFC fight I ever got.
That was a wild one to go to, man. That was a wild one.
So now I'm trying to get out. And these hooligans, they're on top of they're in the casino. They're dancing on top of the casino.
There it is.
Yeah. And
that's your video? This is Jim's video? Oh, that's hilarious. Look at you.
Dude, I can't even find this video anymore. I think I accidentally...
Jamie finds everything.
Bro, you got to send this to me.
Look at that.
Now I got to catch a flight. And I can't... These Irish...
How are you gonna get out of there?
They were everywhere. I couldn't get past them.
Look at you.
I was in full-blown panic. Bro, that was one of the greatest...
What were you in town doing? Do you remember?
I was doing a show.
Which gig you doing? The Mirage?
No, I'm South Point Casino. I play the locals. I can't get in the Mirage, man.
You can't get in the Mirage?
No. I don't have that kind of swagger. I'll be the first to admit it. You know, I'd love to say, well, I tell you, Caesar's wanted me, but they can't have it. The Mirage, I said, let me check my butt. I go to South Point Casino.
How is that place? Is it good?
I love it. The guy that runs the place is really cool. Mike, I love playing there.
Vegas is a fun place to play. It's weird now. Have you been there recently?
No, but I don't
It's starting
gamble
to come
anymore.
back. I don't gamble either.
I don't gamble.
It's starting to come back though. It's like there's people out again. Like well, I was just there for the fights last weekend. Weekend before, whatever it was, and it was hopping again. Like there was a large amount of people driving around, and it seemed very different because it's been really desolate over the last year.
So the fights, no one's in the arena?
No one. What? They're doing it at the Apex Center. The UFC has their own performance institute, and across the street from the Performance Institute, they have this thing called the Apex Center. So it's a training facility on one side of it, but then inside is a small arena. It's like a smaller cage, smaller octagon, and it could seat, if they were allowed to have a crowd, it could seat 1,000, 1,500 people maybe at the most, maybe not even 1,500. But they do the shows there with no crowd. It's wild.
The show...
You should see that.
I'd love to.
I'd love to take you to one of those because they're not going to be around that much longer.
I'll
Because
fly in for that.
They're starting to do. There's one next weekend. They're starting to do fights with crowds again. So
I'm in Colorado.
In April 20 something or another. When is it? What's the one?
That's a weekend, right?
Yeah,
I might
April
be off
something
that
or
one.
the April 27th. They're doing the welterweight title. They're going to do that one in Tampa. Is that what it is?
Ooh.
Jacksonville. In Jacksonville. In Jacksonville with a crowd, 15,000 people, which is like holy shit. You're going full 24th.
God,
full
I love
bore.
Florida. I was in Florida.
Florida doesn't give a fuck.
I don't want to leave. I felt like, you talk about refugees.
Yeah.
They're coming from every angle, parachuting in.
Oh yeah.
We made it.
Well, maybe it'll be good because they'll inject some New York into Florida. More New York, like young New York, and like give it some life. Because there's a little.
It's a little death.
There's a little stupid. Florida's got a little too much stupid.
a lot-
Unfortunately.
It's a lot of sun.
Yeah. No disrespect.
A lot of elderly.
There's a lot of like children of criminals.
I lived there.
Yeah, I know.
Trust
you
me.
did.
It was.
You started there, right? You started stand up there.
Technically, yes. When I put my head down and put the ball in my hand, yeah. I started in 1989 at Ron Bennington's Comedy Scene, Coconuts Comedy Club in
Ron
St.
Bennington, the same Ron Bennington
Yes.
that's on the radio?
Yes.
No shit.
Yes,
I didn't know he had a club.
He was huge radio, monster radio guy. 98.
Ron and Fez.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he had a Ramada Inn comedy club. It was awesome. I would see, Brian Regan would come through there. Dan Whitney, before he was Larry the Cable Guy, would come through there.
Oh, wow.
Tom Rhodes would come through there. So that is where Daryl Hammond, Bill Gardell, all those guys. That's kind of that area.
the hub.
Yeah. And then I don't know what happened to it. But Long Island, I started in and out high school, but I wasn't consistent. I remember the first time I played Governors, my first gig, and I thought I was so good. I was cocky. I was so cocky.
Already thinking about the lion.
The lion.
Tiger. Already thinking about the silk pants.
Oh,
Already
God,
thinking-
yes.
already
Oh, without a
thinking-
doubt.
Oh,
White
yeah,
Tiger.
oh.
White Tiger.
Like Mike Tyson.
I got mad at Mike when I saw it. I went, hey, man, that's my gig. I want Eddie Murphy, red leather pants, and that White Tiger. And that's success right there. And I remember doing a pigeon bit, which I thought I was brilliant for coming up with. I had this bug routine, which I thought I was brilliant. And then I saw like all these other people. Like, all these people steal from me. And I was just like,
Well, you have generic premises. That's the thing. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, premises that you think.
Yeah, you think you're like, hey,
Yeah.
I
There's so
came
many.
up with that.
There's
But
so-
no, you didn't steal
there was
it.
one joke that everybody had in Boston. Is in New Hampshire, they had a license plate. The logo on the license plate. Their saying was "Live free or die," and I'm like, those things are made by prisoners. The most fucked up thing is license plates were always made by prisoners. That was like the inside.
Wow.
line. Every comic had that. I thought I was so brilliant for thinking that up. I think some guys had to tell me, fucking a couple other guys got that joke too.
Yeah, well, they got it from me. Clearly. They heard me talk about it at fucking Nick's Pizza Place.
But being a guy that's making It just seems so ironic to me to be making license plates that say "Live Free or Die"
Live
while
free.
you're trapped in a cage. Or die.
Wow,
Or
that's
die.
insane.
Yeah. Those days, man, those early days when I see kids today, like if I'll go to Kill Tony and I'll watch like the open mic guys go up and try it for like the third or fourth. You know what Kill Tony is?
No.
Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have this really funny show where they take like a professional comic. I've been a guest on it a couple of times out here, and they'll have like a professional comic will sit there, and then they have a band behind them that's actually Gary Clark Jr.'s band that he works with. That's at Antone's nightclub here in Austin, and then comics will go up that are local or that come to try to put their name in a hat. They'll pull the name out of the hat, and then they bring them up on stage and they do 1 minute of comedy.
Wow.
And sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's terrible. When it's terrible, everybody makes fun of them. And when it's great, everybody makes fun of them and appraises them and says good luck. And it's a great jumping off point for young up-and-coming comics.
That's a cool idea.
It's a great idea. It's a great show. But it's also to be there and see these people at the beginning where they're trying to, like, figure it out. And
they're like,
yeah.
they're over trying.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing.
It's
Yeah,
cute. Where's the cool areas? Like I don't even know where the hell I'm playing. It's something like is it outdoors?
I don't know what place is your place. What's it called? You don't know where you're going? Why don't you look at your phone?
It's
find out where you're at.
The something.
Jimmy.
It's a weird.
Jamie will find out. Jamie
It's a
will find
weird
out.
name. It's like
It's not Stubbs Amphitheater, right?
It's an amphitheater.
Nutty Brown.
Oh, Nutty Brown's awesome.
Yeah.
Isn't that the place where Burr was? Yeah, dude, you're gonna love it. It's great. Nutty Brown's great. It's a beautiful amphitheater.
So it's outdoors.
Burr was there, yeah, but it's warm out.
Burr packed that sucker.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was really fun. That was one of the first shows that I got to see.
So where do you play?
Like live.
Don't
We've
you
been
play
doing-
out here?
Yeah, we've been doing Stubbs. So Stubbs Amphitheater. We COVID test the whole crowd.
Really?
Yep. We get there. The show starts at 7:30. People get there at like 6:30. There's a giant. They got it down to a science. They test everybody. You go in there. You're supposed to wear masks, but a lot of people don't. And then you're in the crowd, and everyone's distanced, but it's a like 400 seat crowd.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's great.
And that's the ones you and Dave have been doing.
Yeah, me and Dave and Donald Rollins, and the other night we did it with Ron White.
Oh.
Michelle Wolf's done a bunch. Mo Ammer's done a bunch of them with us, and we've been having so much fun. And then we've also been doing Vulcan Gas Company sometimes. It's like a local place, and that they'll have local shows. Like they have a show there tonight, and fuck around there just to keep the chops loose. And eventually, I'm opening up a club here.
Are you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got the ball.
Oh,
I'll let you know what happens.
Let me know. I'd love to play there.
Oh, fuck, 100%. Yeah, I would love to have you. As soon as everything's up and running, I will send out the bat signal, and I'm gonna.
You're gonna have an overload.
I'm trying to have an overload.
No, it's gonna be an overload.
Well, I want to have an overload. There's gonna be more clubs that are opening up here too. They're reopening up Cap City, but it's under the Helium banner. The guy from Helium.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's hitting Austin.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did I?
Mark Grossman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing. They're doing it at the Domain, which is this really nice shopping area of Austin.
They
It's a
always
great place.
hit-
Smart,
always hit, like,
very smart.
really, yeah.
Very smart place to put it because there's a ton of bars and restaurants there, and apparently he's gonna really do it up nice and have 2 rooms in that building too. So he'll have a small room and a larger room, and so
Is there an improv? I feel like I was in Austin. Is there an improv here?
no, there's no improv. There's no real comedy club here right now because Cap City went under. Because when Cap City went under because of COVID,
I'm so stupid. I was by Dallas.
There's a Dallas Improv. There's a Houston Improv.
That's what I was.
I did Houston Improv in July. It was fucking great. But I smoked too much weed and I got really paranoid. I came back. I came back and I was like, oh my God, I want to infect a guest. I can't do this. I can't be going. And I was getting tested and I was clean. But I was still like, fuck, what if I infect somebody?
I haven't. You know what? I think I got mine from. I went to Dallas, whatever that improv is, and the very last night, I could be right. I could have been anywhere, but I would eat by myself. I'm totally solo. I don't know who's opening tonight. I don't know what's going on. And after the last show, I went in the green room and I was getting ready to go out, and I heard this guy. he's like, you don't understand what tonight, man. Jim Brewer, blah, blah, blah. You know, when you hear that. And he goes, that meant so much. And I creaked open the door. I'm like, hey, man, you want to come back and take pictures? Like, oh, my God. I said, bring your wife. But he comes in.
He got you sick.
I don't know.
That guy got you sick.
I think he got me sick because
fucking whining, coughing fuck.
He had a couple cocktails in him, and I could feel his breath going on me. And that's the first time I was like, oh, no. But
COVID breath.
But I don't know. But it was about 3-4 days later when it started. I went, oh, no. But who the heck knows?
I was reading an article about COVID toes.
I'm fine.
People get COVID toes.
What's COVID toes?
Exactly. It turns out it's not real. And then in the article, one of the things they said, also, people who don't have COVID get the same thing from walking around the house barefoot. I'm like, okay, we're done.
What? I don't
You called it COVID toes, and then you went into depth about these things, showing pictures of people's fucked up, swollen toes. And then at the end of the article, it says apparently people can also get this from just being barefoot. So it's a barefoot thing.
So, yeah, that's all it is.
It's a walking around barefoot, banging your toes on things. You stub your toes.
I just banged the shit out of my toe. I just saw this black toe, and I don't know where I got it.
You know what the real problem with media is? The real problem with news media is that it's profitable. That's the problem.
Well,
the problem is it's profitable, so there's a bunch of clickbait titles, and it's also very influential, right? And because they know it's influential, they can lean the news one way or the other. If someone could come along and have a fact-based, completely objective, research-driven, completely non-biased news program, it would be so valuable to people.
Can it exist?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
That's what they were trying to do. That's what they used to teach you in journalism. But now young journalists, if you pay attention to like some of the stories that come out of the New York Times, or even like some of the most respected newspapers in the country, they're activists. These people
They're all activists.
But this is a problem because they'll omit information that's contrary to what they're trying to promote, and they're not always right.
My daughter came back from college.
Uh-oh.
Not even. So this was, let's see, she left in August, came back October, end of August, October. It looked like she went to a seminar. You weren't allowed to leave. Her eyes were glazed over. She was like sexist, racist, gender, racist. Can't say that. LGBTQ2, human rights, LGBTQ2, gender. I said, good morning. And this fucker was off on a tangent. And I realized I'm paying $20,000, $30,000 for my kid to get indoctrinated and brainwashed. That she tried to explain to me how the Indians had different genders. And I went, who?
Native Americans?
Yeah. I went, who tried to help? They got pictures on walls now where the Indians are drawing where they're cutting off a penis and injecting hormones? I don't understand. What does that mean?
But they did. That was.
What do you mean they did?
That was part of Native American culture.
They cut their penis?
No. They didn't have operations, but there were some Native American tribe members in various tribes that were thought to be they considered them of a different sex or a different gender. Like they had men and female, and then they had males that identified as females or behaved as females, and they had females that identified as males and behaved as males. Listen, this has always been a thing with human beings.
I get that.
It was taboo and hidden for the most part.
Well, I can get it as far as if we're in a tribe. All right. Now I know you're an alpha male. We're alpha males. You're more alpha male than me. So we're gonna go to battle. I'm probably gonna get you. You're gonna have to be the battler. But I clearly know my role is to keep the. I have a different role.
Right.
Whatever that role is. All right. Some people's role is like, hey, listen, I gotta stay here. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking full blown?
There was men that identified as women. Like it's been throughout history. There's been males that felt like they should have been females. They don't understand what makes a person want to be a man and what makes a person want to be a woman. They don't want. Some women wish they were men. They feel like they should have been a man. You know, there's always been that. Like, it's not fake, right? There really are people that have these thoughts. The
100%.
problem is it becomes a protected subject, and then you get praised for transferring your gender, for changing your gender.
Correct.
And then it gets exciting for people to talk about, and then you get chastised for even discussing it in any weird way. And then people who were marginalized for being like genuinely dumb people, if they transfer over and become another gender, then they get praised. Like, there's been a lot of people that were like idiots, but then they become trans, and now all of a sudden we think they're amazing.
Correct. So I'll give an example. I was talking to a person that's a therapist. All right, not my. I don't go to a therapist. Not that that's good or bad. Just saying I don't. This person was a therapist. This therapist was telling me that their child was transgender, and they were worried about their son, now daughter, going into high school. And I said, I don't understand. Is it a sexual? Can you explain to me? Because whenever I bring it up to my daughter, and the problem with it is no one knows how to talk. It turns into a fight and a debate. Like, I would ask my daughter, like, what does that mean? You identify like a transvestite? Oh my God, you know what? I'm not talking. I'm not even fucking talking about it. Like, oh my God, I'm just asking you a question. They don't even know how to talk.
Because they're indoctrinated into an ideology that demands that you comply.
Correct. Where I'm like, let's just have a conversation. Like, there's a transvestite that comes into our coffee shop. I
don't think you're allowed to say transvestite.
I just did.
I think it's...
I'm
a bad
generation.
word now.
I'm in the 80s. We call it transvestite. You can't deprogram me.
Can you say drag queen?
Drag queen. Can you say it? I just said it.
I said it too.
It's a drag queen.
What I'm saying is that, like, are you allowed to say it?
Too bad.
Like, Miley Cyrus is really into drag queens. Like, she thinks it's hilarious. She loves them.
Right.
She loves, like, drag. What is that show? Drag Strip? What's
Oh, God, my daughter watches it. Yeah. They dress up like drag queens.
She
Blah, blah.
loves it.
So the person goes, and I'm all for it, man. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
You're putting in the work.
That's a lot of work. It's Halloween every
You're
day.
Sucking this in.
Yeah, it's a lot. Wearing
Halloween every day.
Wearing your big man feet and a tight women. Dude, that's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
Totally respect.
Yeah.
So, with that said, I go, well, explain to me well, we started helping him with his hormones. Now, I'll just say this. I learned a lot about cancer because my wife's been dealing with it since 2012. And not a fact, just an opinion. Your hormones are changed the minute you start taking the pill.
Birth control pill. Yes.
Absolutely.
100%.
And if you look at when breast cancer started just rising, it's just a bizarre coincidence. The more pills we take, it's a gazillion-dollar industry. A lot of things. Could be a billion things. Doesn't matter. But I've had specialists explain to me hormones. Once you start messing with hormones, it's like it wakes cancer up, and it waits and it hangs out in your body. And then why women often get it at a certain age is because your hormones start changing again, and just like Pac-Man, it comes alive. Like, remember you remember when you made me alive and born? Well, now I'm back because you fucked with the hormones. So when I asked this person, of course I didn't bring anus up. I just couldn't believe that I could tell you. So I said, what exactly made your son want to gender? Is a sexual thing? Did he see pornography? Because that's another thing people don't want to admit. When you see porn as a kid, I was traumatized. The first time I saw porn, I'm playing Godzilla and Pac-Man, and then next thing you know, and it's for you, like, oh my God, what? I never looked at anything. I'm banging pillows now. It's just a savage comes out of you. Like I never even thought of sticking my. It alters your mind and everything, and it's extremely addicting. So with that, I'm asking them, like, she said, no, he didn't like his penis. He just never liked his penis. He thought it was ugly. And I wanted to say, did you ever talk to him and say, well, just like the ugly duckling was very ugly and didn't like his penis. I didn't really understand why his penis existed because he's 5 years old. And then by the time he's 7, 8 years old, you start explaining that, hey, the penis is going to maybe, hey, there's some good things. There's going to be times you're going to have to piss really bad and you're going to enjoy that penis and you go out in the bushes and you pee while you
This
have
is
to
the
go.
weirdest ugly duckling story.
Yeah,
ever.
yeah.
Imagine if your dad is telling you the ugly duckling story about dicks and you're like, what are you trying to say, Dad? Your dad's Jim
Just
Brewer.
say it, Dad. But the point is, like, I'm sure they had conversations, but her conversation ended by just saying, no, he just never liked his penis. He never liked his penis. I'm like, and I'm not to judge, but I just find it extremely dangerous unless your child is in a situation where they're may die.
Well, there's no situation where you may die if you don't change your gender. Unless you're talking about suicide.
No, I'm saying to change your body's chemistry.
Yeah.
Because another thing is, I've dealt with teenagers that are addicts and visit them, and they'll clearly tell you the reason why drugs and alcohol are so bad at you at the age of 13, 14, 15, because your brain is not developed.
Yeah.
And it will affect your brain. So if your brain, and they say you really can't make 100% conscious decisions until you're between whatever.
They think it's 25.
Let's say it's 21.
Yeah. That's
But
when your
why
brain
is that?
fully forms.
But so I just question, not anyone out there.
Right. Why can you change your gender? when
Why
you're
would you
still
do it
developing?
as a child?
There's no good answer.
There is no.
There's no good answer. This
This
is one of those
think
things.
about it.
But it's one of those things where if you bring it up
for the health,
there's the ideology. One ideology is that this person has always been a girl and that they know by the time they're 2 and you should get them on hormone blockers as quickly as you can so you can change their gender as quickly as you can. And then there's another ideology that says, hey, wait a minute, you are doing something that, first of all, is very recent in terms of medical science. They haven't been around that long in terms of these gender or these hormone blockers, and you're allowing children to make decisions at a very young age that will affect them literally for the rest of their life. And it's not like it's a 100% success rate. There's a lot of kids who go through gender reassignment surgery that are very regretful. There's websites dedicated to it. You could read all these personal accounts. If there was a thing that always worked, like every time you did it, and like, oh, they feel so much better. Like, I'm not making a comparison in
Right.
terms of the same thing, but
Right.
here's a good example. If someone wanted a nose job, like maybe someone has a really fucked up nose, a deformed hump on their nose, and you take that thing down, and then they look much better, and they're much happier.
Right.
And most good nose jobs, I bet, do have a positive success rate in terms of like positive feeling after it's done. Like, oh,
Sure.
I'm so happy I got that crazy fucking hook fixed on the
Yeah.
top of my nose.
Yeah.
This is not that. This is something way more complex. And it's also, there's been studies that show that for some of these people that don't transition, that wanted to transition when they were young, they wind up just becoming gay as they get older. And there's nothing wrong with that either.
Right.
There's other, human beings, if they want to do this as they're an adult and they know for a fact they want to do it as an adult, then they should be able to make their own choices. But when you're talking about really young children, and then you have all this reinforcement from people and trans activists and people that like literally encourage people to do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's you don't know. You can't quantify what's going on inside of a person's mind. The problem is, I think for some people, it is the right choice. For some people, if you got them on hormone blockers and then they transitioned to be a woman, they might ultimately be happier. That's real possible, but they might not too. And so when you're in this situation where you talk about a minor and you use absolutes, like this is where they want to be, this is their true gender, this is what they should do, and then you encourage them and you lead them along, you're in this weird place when you talk with young people. You can encourage young people to do a lot of things because they're very malleable. Young people are very easily influenced. And they're also, there's a book written by this woman, Abigail Schreier. It's called Irreversible Damage. And it's about this. And it's about young girls in particular, that there's been an uptick of I believe it's over 1,000% of kids identifying, particularly girls, identifying as trans when they're in high school. It's called rapid onset gender dysphoria, where these girls, a lot of times socially awkward girls, a lot of times girls who, may be on the spectrum, they may have issues, and they get together and decide in clusters that they're trans, and it's very strange. And statistically speaking, it doesn't necessarily make sense if you think about like how many people, like out of 100 would naturally be trans, or out of 1,000, or out of 1,000,000. It's much higher than that for these groups, and they feel like they're being influenced by social pressures, and they're making these decisions that they don't even have to have their parents involved. Like in some states, you can actively begin taking testosterone, and you can even get gender reassignment surgery on your own without your parents giving permission when you're 15, which is crazy. And when you're 15, you're not even supposed to be admitted to a hospital with an injury without parental consent, but yet they're allowing these people to have gender reassignment surgery without consulting other people in their family, without consulting their parental guides. You can't drink, you can't drive, you can't do anything, but you can go and have gender reassignment surgery. And a lot of people have issue with that. It's a super, super touchy subject.
But
one
why
of the
is it
things
touchy?
Well, this is the problem because they don't want anyone saying anything that's contrary to the narrative that they're trying to push out, which is that it should be encouraged for anybody who wants it. They should get them on hormone blockers young. There was another thing they were trying to say for a while, but they finally had to admit. They were trying to say that if you get someone on hormone blockers when they're young and they change their mind and decide to be the sex that they were born with, that there will be no damage. Now they're saying, no, that's not true. Now they're saying you will definitely change the way that person develops and grows, and they will have damage. So, this is obvious to anybody that knows anything about the human body and about hormones. But they were trying to pretend that it wouldn't have any effect on them.
This is why I always, where does this start? Does it start with a mad scientist?
No, it starts in universities. It's a lot of it. A lot of it starts with people that don't live in the real world, and they live in these super insulated liberal environments like universities. And they
Who
teach
funds
kids.
universities?
Well, people who pay to have their kids go there, or people that are kids that get student loans. I mean, that's if no one's paying, the university goes under. But they are subsidized by the governments. It's one of the reasons why student loans are so expensive.
Okay, so if you're subsidized by the government, wouldn't it eventually come from somewhere in there?
Yeah, it's not a plan.
Like, who creates education?
It's not a plot. I know what you're saying.
No, but who creates?
It's a symptom of the fact that these people don't compete in the real world. They don't exist in the real world. They teach in the universities, they get tenure, and there's an overwhelming liberal bias in education. Like, overwhelming.
Why do you think that is?
It's a lot. Well, I think in terms of education, like the type of people that wind up doing that are the type of people that go to school, they get indoctrinated into that environment, and then they wind up teaching. So they don't really leave. They stay in this mindset, and it's very much like any other ideological mindset, whether it's a religion or a cult or liberal thinking that mirrors religion in a lot of ways, because there's no compromise. You're compelled to think a certain way, and you're criticized and ostracized if you don't comply. It's mandatory compliance to think along certain lines, and they also make you think along lines where you know that it's not logical. You know it's not correct. Like, a big one is transgender athletes. They try to say, like, do you know this? Or this? In high school in Connecticut, 15 state championship titles 15 records are being held by 2 biological males in Connecticut. Yeah, it's bananas. Everybody knows it's bananas, but yet they're saying, like Scientific America just had a story about it. Like, we must allow transgender athletes to compete in the sex that they identify with. Well, no, that's crazy. We must not allow that, because we must protect biological women. There's a reason why biological males are not allowed to compete with biological women. It's because they have certain physical advantages. That's why we have boy sports and girl sports. Now, just because someone identifies as being trans, should we treat them like they're a woman or treat them like they're a boy? Yes, we should. But we should recognize that when we're talking about athletic competition, that we're dealing with a completely different thing. We're dealing with physical bodies competing against other physical bodies. And yes, there's a spectrum in physical bodies. And there's some women that are going to be superior athletically, and there's some women that just don't have good bodies for sports. The same thing with males. And that this spectrum, the difference in the spectrum is, if you took like a world-class sprinter, world-class sprinter is a woman, top of the food chain, Olympic gold medalist, there are high school athletes that will bury her as males. Male high school athletes.
Built differently.
That you can take the best sprinter in the world, and you'll find 100 male high school, 15-year-olds, who will leave her in the dust.
Right.
Because they're built differently.
This is when I go into the system of everything. It's so bizarre to me. Like, when I always question, my kids come home from school. I go, why are they learning what they're learning? 90% of it, if you ask me, makes 0 sense. 0 sense. So, if you're not, and here, I'm all over the place. Even when I was, years ago, you know what, in my opinion, I believe you create something. If I create a drug, or if I create a procedure, I need to sell it somehow to make money. So how do I get it out there? I got to come up with a disease everyone today has has something late. Oh, your child has XYZ. I know a lot of people have ADHD. I say ADHD back in the day was called I'm bored from the bullshit. Because many kids, you can take ADHD and they may not be good learners because what you're shoving down their throat
It's boring as fuck.
is not only boring, but they know it has no substance or nothing that will prep them for anything that's real in human soul existence.
There's a lot of debate about that stuff.
It's not a debate, it's common sense.
But there's a lot of debate about whether or not that's a real thing.
So then, what do? They drug your child, and they purposely start with your child would do so much better if it's a simple drug. So they started diseasing and drugging your children at a very young age. And every time they got a new drug and a new something, it seems that it's infiltrated, it's put out, it's sold, and you need to create something to sell it. And I just sit back, I watch. If I say something, I'm a conspiracy guy. But I do feel we're coming to a head. Either we need to start thinking and questioning everything, or we're heading in a wacky new world.
We are in a wacky new world. It's not whether or
this
not
is the
we're
Matrix.
Heading. No,
it is.
Yeah, and we're actually moving into the Matrix, which is even crazier because people are getting closer and closer to an electronic reality where you're completely connected all the time.
If you were to take away all visual, all audio, I guarantee you 90% of what goes on today wouldn't exist. Wouldn't exist.
You mean in terms of like a lot of the wacky social shit?
All of it.
Not necessarily.
People wouldn't be
because
running around.
There was a lot of
I don't know.
craziness in the universities in the 60s during the Vietnam War protests.
Even before that, the humanity. I you asked me something really interesting last time we were here. Like, what if you had to go back in time? What or if you had one question, and my question was, when did this all start? When was the first movement of you need schools? What do you need a school for if we're living off the land and we just got to eat and take care of one another? What do you need a school for? To make money? Well, money's
no, it's
fake.
not necessarily just that. Because people
know what
have
I mean?
accumulated information. It's very difficult to find. You got to get it all in one place, and the best way to have it taught is have it taught by someone who's a professional intellectual, like someone who's actually been studying all this stuff all day long. Most people, you have a craft. Like, say if you're a blacksmith.
Right.
If you're a blacksmith and you make horseshoes or knives or whatever the fuck you make, you don't have the time to acquire all of Galileo's theories and writings.
Right.
Listen to
Sure.
what Newton had to say about gravity. You don't have time.
Right.
You don't have time for any of that shit. Darwin's theory. You're not going to study evolution. You don't
Sure.
have time. So you want to bring your children. You want to have people educated by someone who's a professional intellect. So like someone who's been studying these thoughts and concepts and knows how to teach them. The problem is, then they also have immense power over children, right? Because the children listen to them, look up to them, and a lot of them have immense egos because of the fact they have this immense power. A lot of them also are in a position of power for the first time in their life. So much like a newly famous person that wants a white tiger, they become indoctrinated into this world of power and attention. And so then they demand compliance in this ideology they're teaching to children. And then those children eventually get jobs at the university, and some of them become professors themselves. And so they continually perpetuate this world that they were indoctrinated into. And this world is extremely left-wing. You know, and they feel like they should be able to do these things here. Do you remember there was a lady that got in trouble a few years back because she was on a university campus, and this was when they first started doing safe spaces. They first started doing these safe spaces, and this one kid who was an Asian kid was filming this safe space, and this woman who was a professor was yelling at him to put the camera down. He's like, "I'm reporting for the school. Like, this is what I do. I'm a journalist, you know, under training. I'm training to be a journalist."
Yeah.
She yells at him. She says, "You know, this is a safe space. There's no cameras. You can't use." They're outside too, by the way. And then she said, "Can I get some muscle over here to handle this?" So she starts calling for reinforcement of her ideas. She's telling this guy, and then she's calling for people to come. She literally asked for muscle to come and help her physically intimidate this guy to stop him, because she's saying a bunch of ridiculous shit, and he's filming it. So he puts it online, and she winds up having to apologize, and everybody freaks out. But this is what people do when they can't get compliance. They want to bring in thugs. This is what's so dangerous, because all of all this fucking crazy socialist, communist, Marxist shit that people are being taught in university, we know where this goes. If you study Stalin, this ultimately goes to someone enforcing these ideas, whether it's through Russia, you know, the way the Russians did it or the way the Chinese did it. When they want compliance, there's only one way to stop the people that resist. You have to use force.
Force. I tell you what.
This woman immediately went to force. Can I get some muscle? This is the way the human mind works.
Yeah.
When you're trying to tell people what to do and they don't want to listen, and you have other people that are willing to, hey, will you take care of this? We'll take care of it. You have more important things to do, like safe spaces. We'll just beat the fuck out of this journalist student and let him know and teach him. We don't take care of our journalists. They're not allowed to film the things that are uncomfortable.
It's insanity.
Yeah, it's insanity.
I have a guy, one of my, I don't want to say what he does. I have an acquaintance from Korea, an acquaintance from Portugal, and Romania. And all three have said the same thing in pure terror.
Yeah.
They all have said, you, meaning America, have no clue what's going on right now. You are worse than just sitting ducks because you're so compliant and you don't even know it's happening. This has been in the works for 20 to 30 years. They started with education. They got the media. They got the judges. They got the lawmakers. You guys are doomed.
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I know
It's
it
not a
sounds ridiculous, but I don't think that it's happening because of a conspiracy. I
What do you mean?
think this happens at the end of every civilization's reign. And I think this happened with the Greeks and it happened with the Romans. And it's one of the things that Douglas Murray, when I had him on my podcast, was discussing. He said one of the things that happens at the end of civilizations is they become obsessed with gender. It's a thing that happens where men start becoming women and women start becoming men, and it becomes like a big focus, like cross-dressing and all this stuff becomes a big point of focus. And I was like, well, why is that? He goes, it seems to be that they're dissolving all boundaries and all norms and all societal structure, and that's a part of it. It's like gender roles.
When you say this is what I learned about television too. I would like anyone to just. I always say, look at all the TV shows, and you tell me, out of all the shows that are out there, all the channels, who's the strong, smart male?
There's not a lot of that.
Why do you
TV
think that
shows?
is? Who programs the programs? Who puts on programming? Who runs big networks? And who's putting on show after show after show with a specific line of entertainment that is constantly pumped into
Yeah, but
the
it's
system?
because they're trying to be successful. Okay, they're trying to tell stories, and like the best way to get something on the air, if you're going to do a comedy in particular, is to have the bumbling male, like the Al Bundy, who like he's falling apart, and then you have like those themes exist over and over and over again.
But then some people tell me this. I'll go, well, why is I say, well, I'll say, if you think news is really good, if they really cared about humanity, they would say, hey man, start loving people, start taking care of your body, and maybe we could. It's all just hate division. But here the answer is always, well, it's because the entertainment, but they don't allow any other views, so therefore it's almost like you're programmed. Yeah, this is what you don't even. The other side's never even had a chance.
Well, if you're in the bubble of Hollywood, right? See, this is the thing. It's like thought contagions. If you're in the left-wing Hollywood bubble, everyone, like, if you ever been on a conference call with a bunch of Hollywood people and they'll say wacky shit? I mean, I've heard people say, especially people that are, let's put it this way, pro-Israel. They will say a lot of crazy shit about Arabs or about Palestinians, and you'll go like, wow. Like, imagine if someone was recording this.
Right.
Like this, like you're assuming everyone's on the same page.
Right.
And this is years ago, and generally in response to something in the news. But you're like there's an ideology that everyone subscribes to, and that ideology is extremely left wing. It's extremely left wing, and it's all negative. Like, you could not be in a meeting 7-8 months ago and have pro-Trump rhetoric in a Hollywood meeting to pitch a show. They didn't care how good your show was. You're done.
You're done.
Get out of here. Like, you could be the nicest guy in the world.
Right.
But if you have some sort of a message about Trump, well, here's the thing. People don't know about Trump. Unemployment among black families is lower than it's ever been before. Having jobs are higher. There's less crime. The economy is better. And as the economy does better, all the communities do better. If you started saying things like that, they would kick you out of the office. They don't give a fuck about that. The ideology is very left-wing, and so they feed off of this, and then they are producing the news shows. So if they're producing the news shows, they think they're doing the right thing. Like they all do. Like, people used to say, oh, TV shows, they're programming these TV shows because they're trying to warp your mind. Now, listen to me. The people who are making those TV shows are just as influenced by the shit they're doing. They believe all that shit. They're stuck in it.
Yeah, you're right.
They're not like masterminds.
Right.
I am the puppet master. I'm manipulating the people. No. They are just as balls deep in that fucking loony world as the people that that they're selling it to.
You're right.
So what else you got then? You got Fox News. You got wacky shit like Newsmax or OAN, One American Network. And you're like, oh.
I don't
There's,
watch anything.
You know, you don't have a Rand Paul network, right? You don't have a guy who's
You were
like
showing
a
me that guy.
reasonable, yes, very reasonable Republican.
Yes.
You know, and you know, he has some really good points. He's like talking about people wearing 2 masks that have been fully vaccinated, and he said it's theater. He said it to Fauci.
It's pure theater.
There's a lot of it. There's a lot of letting people know I am doing this double mask thing because this is what good people do. Why don't you wear 5 masks? And I don't have to wear any. So you'll be fully masked up. You don't care what happens with me. And don't worry about it. You're good.
I was on the plane, and I started asking the nurse, and I said, so I'm on the plane, and we're in the tube.
And you take off the mask
and
to
I
eat.
take off the mask to eat, and the air above me is going, and so, and she, well.
It's theater.
And they go, well, the air in the plane has a negative effect. Like, no, so if this guy sneezes, I'm not gonna get it because then we don't have to wear masks. If it's the air in a plane is safe, well then why we wear a mask?
My friend Cody Garbrandt got kicked off a plane because his 2-year-old son wouldn't keep his mask on.
What airline?
So Southwest.
Ugh.
They took him off the plane, but he was throwing a fit, and he went into the cockpit and filmed both of the pilots who didn't have masks on. And he said, we're all breathing the same fucking air, and you guys don't even have masks on. This is crazy.
I have a friend that...
a baby.
Well, the new thing is, if you don't get a vaccine, because people are now saying you can't continue working.
Who's saying that?
I have a friend who works for something, and she said, "Well,
They said that you have to be fully
you need
vaccinated.
to be vaccinated." There's hospitals doing it. There's doctors doing it. So here's the thing: if you don't know the effect, and you can't sue any of this trial, because at the end of the day, it's a trial. I believe. I don't think it's. I think they admit they don't know. We don't 100% know. Whatever it is, if I do have an effect. Should I, if I'm coming to work for Joe Rogan, and Joe goes, Jim, listen, they said you need to get vaccinated.
And you get vaccinated, and there's a negative.
And there's a
consequence.
I should be able to come after you.
I think.
Who do I
would
sue
be,
then?
I would be the only person you could come after, because I don't think you can come after the company that makes them. You
No,
can't
they
come
made
after
it clear
Pfizer
you can't.
Or Moderna. No, you can't. You know what, man? The
That's
problem
where
with
we're
what
going.
Rand Paul was saying to Fauci was that when people have got the virus and got over it, even the small amount of cases where people did get reinfected, it was very mild. And he was pointing out the fact that you keep these antibodies for a long time. And they're showing people, Jamie has antibodies from October.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are in March. It's almost April. And Jamie still has his antibodies from many months ago.
But now, what were you watching? What were you showing me with
Is Rand Paul talking to Fauci?
On what?
It's in the Senate.
Okay,
Yeah.
but here's how the media works. They're not going to show that. They're going to show Fauci saying, well, it's whatever, because he was throwing smoke screens. He was throwing tear gas.
Well, he was
dancing
hold- but
around
hold
a
on,
circle.
No, hold on. He was
In my
responding.
opinion.
He was responding to criticism from a politician that was questioning why Fauci was, in Rand Paul's opinion, spreading doom and gloom, because he was saying you're going to have to wear masks for years. Right. And he's saying, why are you saying that? He said, if you want people to get vaccinated, what you should be saying is, when you get vaccinated, you no longer have to wear a mask. Because what we're looking at, when he said, in terms of the data that we're aware of, people post-infection getting reinfected is extremely rare, and when they do get reinfected, it's much more mild. He talked about the data that shows that people are showing that they have these antibodies 5-8 months after infection, just like Jamie does.
Me.
And they're saying, and what he was saying is, you are the voice of doom and gloom. One of the things that Fauci said that drives me crazy, he said, we're not going to be shaking hands anymore. Like, what?
Well,
yes,
now
we
that-
are. Yes, we are. Yes,
Well,
we are going to shake hands.
What he constantly was questioned, Rand Paul? Is that
Yeah, Rand Paul.
I try to tap out as much as possible. He kept questioning, you, Fauci, are talking about the science. What science do you have? And he wouldn't answer the question. He kept dancing in circles.
He didn't have.
He
an
did
answer.
not have a science. He goes, you said, let's look at the science proves X, Y, and Z. You're doing theater. And every time he kept saying that, Fauci kept dancing and would not answer the question. But what you'll see on media later today, I guarantee you, will be Fauci with something he says as to, Fauci says we need to XYZ. And they won't show an inkling of that brilliant, very well.
And if they did, they wouldn't be. It wouldn't be full.
That's
and in
mind
context.
control. That's mind control. That's not entertainment. That's mind control. That's a crime on humanity's mind. And you know when this began?
When?
Years ago.
Should we get high now?
I'm already high naturally, bro. You wanna? Knock it out.
We're getting into this mind control talk.
Bro. But listen to me.
Yeah.
Why did they? If you go to the airport, I don't have a choice of what's playing at every gate.
It's always CNN.
Why?
Because they're trying to.
It's mind
trying to
control.
entertain you. No, they're trying to give you the news before you get on.
No,
a
they're
plane.
they're mind controlling you.
think
That's
so?
a crime on humanity. I should not.
That's a push. You're pushing it a little bit, I think.
You may think so.
Listen,
Put on something neutral. It doesn't make you talk. Sometimes it's too loud. I can't even hear myself. I'm forced to go there. Otherwise, now I got to go to the food. Why would you have televisions blaring news at gates with children and families of people that have no interest of what's going on? I should not be forced to have this eye pornography and ear pornography.
So what do you think they should do?
It shouldn't be there. Case
no
closed.
TV.
No
No
TV. And if you're going to have TV, put
What if they have to
put
put
flowers and ducks
But
and,
what if
and
they do
puppies.
have to show you some news? Like, what if a super
Why?
volcano erupted and all
What are you gonna
flights
do?
are canceled and they just want to inform people?
What did we do 40 years ago? They go, your flight's canceled. Why? Well, I heard what's going on. It's not going to affect your life. Is your life going to change that second?
I think some people like watching the news
Because they've been
and they
indoctrinated.
Think, when they think that CNN is an unbiased source of news.
Oh, I'm not saying CNN. I'm saying any news. It
Yeah,
should not be
well,
up there.
no,
It's a mind crime.
I think
it's a crime on humanity's
I
mind.
think there's an argument for that. There's an argument
And your
that you
emotions.
shouldn't. Yeah.
If I'm watching people getting blown up or they're telling me this one's an asshole or that one, I'm telling you this one's
right.
To be you're telling everyone at that gate, and as much as it drives me nuts that people go, well, we have a mind of their own. Yeah, but not when it's manipulated 24/7.
There's a good argument about the airport thing because you really can't escape it, right? Because it's a rare moment where you're just sitting down in a place where you didn't choose to be at the news place. You choose to be at the plane place. I'm here to get on a plane. I'm not here to take in the news.
I like this one too. Like you said you chose. I like this one. If you wear a mask on a plane, if you don't want to wear a mask, they say you agreed to wear the mask. I had no choice. The airlines say.
When did they say that to you that you agreed?
If
They
you
don't say you agreed.
No, there's videos that people get kicked off the plane of people like you agreed before you go on the plane you wear the mask. I had no choice. If
Well,
you
that's
don't
that's
wear the
agreement,
mask,
though. They won't let you on the plane.
they don't let you on the
problem
plane.
with it is,
so now they're controlling you where you go.
But the problem is, even if you do wear the mask, if you take it off to eat, all bets are off. Because now we're in nonsense land.
We're in nonsense land. Listen, I tell everyone, just change. All you gotta do is just change it to an accent. We have new rules and regulations. The following is for your safety. It starts making more. It makes a lot more sense when you start doing that.
You know what's weird is that all this social distancing and masks and all this shit, it seems to have worked for the flu. The flu is
gone
at the lowest
Dead.
rate that it's ever been in recorded history. So it's wild. So it's like one of two things has happened. Either COVID is so fucking contagious that it transfers even when people are wearing masks and social distancing. It's still making its way through the population, which is what you see in California, right? Because California's had the strictest COVID lockdowns and the longest. But they have really high levels of COVID infection. They've had terrible results with their lockdowns. And then the economic results is the worst by far. I mean, they've more than doubled their unemployment rate. It's fucking chaos in terms of homeless people. 75% of all LA restaurants are gone forever. I mean, it's a fucking wreck. It's a wreck. But if you look at the flu it worked on the flu. So what is it? Is it that these masks and social distancing are super effective with the flu because the flu is just not quite as contagious, so it just knocked it dead? Is that what it is? Or is it that a lot of people got both? They got COVID and they got the flu, and it accentuated their illness. And when we looked at it, we said, oh, this is a COVID infection. But is it a COVID infection plus a flu infection? Because it might be that, because that's one of the things that does happen to people that get the flu, right? One of the things that happens to people that get the flu, they can also get pneumonia, they can get a lot of other conditions.
Bronchitis.
Yeah, a lot of other things happen. And especially when you're dealing with infectious diseases and you have a compromised immune system. If you have the flu, man, your immune system's compromised. And if you have COVID and the flu, the thing is they're going to put the attention on COVID. Because COVID is the big one. That's the big one that's in the news.
Mm-hmm. And unless you're dying, take vitamin C, D, and zinc, according to infectious disease doctor.
Yeah, well, shouldn't just take zinc. You should take zinc with something so that it gets into your cells better. And if you're going to take D, you should take D with K.
I'll say I definitely tightened up. I got healthier. Yeah. It made me think about how many times I shoved my fingers in my mouth. I'll tell you that. Not my nose, in my mouth.
You touch your face.
Touch my
your
face.
eyes.
Touch my eyes. All that jazz. It made me think that way, but whatever.
Yeah, it's fucking the immune system, man.
This wasn't very funny. I apologize.
You were funny for a long time. You just got a little crazy when we got to COVID.
Is it crazy?
No.
Because
but it is crazy.
Here's what
the
drives me nuts.
Life is crazy.
Life is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm saddened. My rage against the machine is anything that I feel is unjust and you're taking advantage of humanity. That makes me foam at the mouth, angry, and that goes from faith, and it makes me nuts.
It used to be, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Fuck
you, I won't do what you tell me. Now it's, fuck you, you better do what they tell you.
Dude, can I tell you what a fucking meathead I was?
Right?
Yes.
That's what it is. It's now you have to do what they tell you.
They were a month away from a comeback before the shutdown happened.
Were they?
Yeah, they're supposed to play at Coachella in April.
Whoa.
Bro, in June, this is what a knucklehead I am.
Was Zach De La Rocha the whole deal?
I think, yeah, he's right.
Tour everywhere.
Because I was ready to go see it. Well, I think it was June, May or June. Now, I live in this little town, Chester, New Jersey, and I'm driving through town. I've got my windows rolled down, and I purposely would keep that. Now they do it, they told you. Now you do it, they told you. Fuck you! And I'm going, and I would do this like on a daily basis, and I'm going, what am I 14? Like, am I really? And I'm blasting it, and these little families like going to antique stores, but it's just, it made me, my kids sat me down like, Dad, you're nuts. You're full-blown nuts.
What I'm worried is you and I are in our 50s, and we're looking at this like guys who are older, who are looking at the kids coming up today, and what the fuck are they doing? I'm worried that the kids that are coming up that don't recognize that they are being mentally manipulated, and the narrative is being controlled by the media, and it's being perpetrated by the institutions and by the universities, and that this woke narrative that keeps getting spread through all these kids, and if you don't comply, people will call you the worst things in the world, like you're a racist, you're a homophobe, you're a bigot, and nobody wants to be any of those things, so you will comply just so that you don't fall out of favor with these people, that these poor kids won't have the opportunity to think for themselves, that they'll be so trapped in this ideology that we are dealing with something like communist Russia. We are dealing with a controlled population that is totally adherent to an ideology. They're totally compliant to this ideology. I'm scared of that, man, because that could be what's bubbling up right now but we won't know it until it's too late. When all this shit was going on in the universities, I was complaining about it years ago. And I remember people saying, like, why do you care what's happening in universities? You're a comedian living in Los Angeles, and you're caring about these arguments in universities where they're shutting down conservative speakers and blowing bullhorns and setting off fire alarms. I'm like, this is thought control.
Thank you.
They're controlling the way these children see the world, and they're forcing compliance to this one ideology, whereas school is supposed to be about ideas competing.
Yes.
It's supposed to be the battleground of ideas, and you're supposed to be uncomfortable, and you're supposed to learn from things in these uncomfortable environments where people discuss things, and you get to hear one person's perspective versus another person's perspective.
Is there nothing more exciting if we had 4 or 5 of us and we have all different views and we're
Yeah.
just hanging out and we're just talking and, you know, I'm not really into what this one's saying, but like, you know what? I get it. I get where you're at. It doesn't exist anymore.
No, it doesn't exist very often in very many places. I try to be as open-minded as possible with things while still having my own opinions.
Yeah.
But I really do. As much as I get criticized of not doing that, it's hard. It's hard to do. I don't always do it the best.
No, but I've
what
listened to you.
try
I
to
think you do a damn good job.
What
I'm
I try,
not blowing smoke up.
I try. I really do.
We all
it's
do.
my idea. Yeah, it's my intent to listen and to try to understand other people's perspective while also being rational, but also recognizing cult thinking. There's a lot of cult-like thinking going on, and that's what woke America is. Being woke is a cult. It doesn't mean being compassionate is a cult. Being kind and considerate and open-minded and inclusive, all those things are wonderful. That's great. It's good for everybody. I'm a very open-minded person, very inclusive person. I want everybody to be happy. I know that I'm different than other people. I know there's music I like that's different. There's activities I like that's different. I don't want you to like the things I like. You don't have to. Let's just be nice to each other and be respectful, decent human beings.
It's not that hard.
But that's not what's being promoted today. What's being promoted today is either you think the way I think or you're a bigot. That's dangerous because you're getting kids to think that they have to think a certain way or they'll be ostracized. And to be a rebel, to stand out against this woke shit that they're teaching, it puts you in a very vulnerable position socially. Very vulnerable position for people that are at their most vulnerable in life. Young people that are trying to find themselves and they're trying to fit in. They want social credibility. They want people to like them. And you have a very hard road if you don't toe the line and follow the ideology that's being pushed predominantly today.
It's no different than following that white tiger in leather pants, just a different ideology. But you're following the same thing.
It's very similar.
Blindly.
Yeah, it's very similar. People really do love to be a part of a group where you're accepted and appreciated.
I know.
I'm chilly. You chilly? Really?
I get chilly.
What's going on, man? Is that a post-COVID thing?
Could be.
Do you have COVID toes?
I got COVID toes and I got COVID eyes. My eyes get
Yeah.
all chapped.
Yeah, it's fucking
I
weird.
do. I
man.
started wanting to learn how to hunt.
Yeah?
I literally wanted to hunt.
When the food was scarce?
No. I started going, are we going to go into an area where we have to tap out? And this whole thing just made me think of everything differently. Like if governments, because at the end of the day it's governments, are able to pull the rug on everything you possess, all your work, everything, and say where you can walk, how close you can stand next to each other. And as much as we believe that would never exist, are you prepped for, God forbid, the electric grid is turned off? And then you want to talk about chaos.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we came 4 minutes away from that here in Texas. The electric grid almost went down. When the power grid was really vulnerable because of the cold, because everybody was like trying to heat their house up and everybody had the power on, it almost collapsed.
And that made me realize, wow. And it's really funny because my wife, who's a explored world. She found Jesus years ago. She's not like, hey, read the Bible. Tell Joe, make sure he finds it. She's not like that. But that's her base, right? Where I'm more spiritual, and I remember I was going with a friend of mine. He's like, you want to learn to hunt? He teach me guns and all this stuff. I said, I want to start learning how to hunt. Not only hunt, but I want
New
to.
Jersey's actually a good place to learn to hunt. There's a lot of deer and
Tons of deer.
a lot of bear.
A lot of bear.
I think they stopped the bear hunt for a while.
I don't know if I kill a bear. I don't know if I kill an animal yet.
Yeah, you could.
I know.
Trust me.
I'm sure I can.
You could.
I'd
You
have
eat
to
meat.
India, Joe.
No, if you
No,
got-
if I needed it, I could do it.
You'd have to Indian it? Is that what
Yeah,
you said?
meaning like, I'm sorry, the spirit world, I'm gonna eat you, and
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I had to take your life. I'll make sure it's done well. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like,
I get it.
Give it blessings.
I understand.
I don't know if I personally can take out an animal yet, but I booked it. Right? I booked it. We were
booked
gonna
a
go on
hunt?
a hog hunt.
Oh, that's a good one to go on.
Yeah, we're gonna go on a
Yeah.
hog hunt.
Where are you going?
Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
But I got my first gig booked the week we were supposed to go. I was like, listen, man, I haven't had money in a long time, which also changed my world too. I don't have the means to go. I don't need to work.
Right. You have to work.
This one's in private. This one's college. I'm like, thank God I was able to go as long as I did without it.
Yeah.
But I went, you know what? I want to know, God forbid, I could take this thing. He's like, oh, bro, I'll bring it. Okay, it was all hooked up. And I remember having dinner with my wife, and we're with another couple, and we're sitting there, and if I have 2 drinks, I'm happy as a chatterbox. And I'm sitting there, and they're like, yeah, and me, and I went, oh my God, I'm going for my first hunt. And Dee goes, what'd you say? I said, Frank's bringing me on. I'm going to learn how to. She's like, no, you're not. I went, yeah, I am. I said, I'm not killing it. I'm just going to watch. I'm just going to watch, and I'm going to learn how to cut it. And
Right.
but no, I want to learn to cut the animal, stock the meat. How do you stock the meat? Am I able to eat this down the road? Am I able to? I want to learn how to fish, all to survive, not to. And I really want to start getting into that, bro. I really want to start getting into that. And
People don't.
Oh, so what I was gonna say was, so 2 weeks later, it gets blown out of the water, and I told Dee, I'm like, Dee, listen to me. The reason why I was doing that, I said, I'm gonna be dead honest with you, because there's a little part of me that's freaked out. I'm gonna be blatantly honest here. There's a little part of me freaked out. I don't know where this world is going. If you told me the world's gonna shut down and tell you what to do and think and blah blah blah, I said I saw this years ago, but now it's intense. Now it's getting intense. I go, I want to know, and she goes, Jim, I'll be killing the animal and I'll be skinning the animal, and so will your youngest daughter. And she made me belly laugh so hard because she was dead serious. My wife,
So why didn't she want you to go hunt?
She just thought, she's like, you don't need to learn that right now.
Listen,
You're doing
listen
it out
to
of
me.
fear.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
Listen to me. Hunting is not easy. It's not something you just do. You
Right.
got to learn how to do it, and it takes a long time. And
Right.
I've been doing it for almost a decade.
Mm.
It takes a long time. I'm barely good at it. If I'm on my own, it's hit or miss. I use guides to help me. I use guides to show me where's the best place, and I learn from them. Just like when I did martial arts, I use coaches, and I learn. I'm a good listener. I'm a good student. Like everything I know about hunting, I know from my friends that taught me how to hunt. My friends like Cam Haynes and John Dudley and Steve Ranella, they taught me how, and then I learned from guides. And I do it that way because I'm humble and I'm open-minded, and I know what I do and what I don't, what I can do and what I can't do by myself. And I have a limited amount of time. The amount of information that you have to know to be good at hunting is staggering. It's not simple. You have to be physically fit because the animals are fucking smart, and they go in the woods and they hide. They go in the mountains. They go in high altitude. Elk, generally, they're not a high altitude animal. They used to be on the plains. The problem is people came along, and so they relocated to the mountains. because they know it's hard for us to get around. They figure these things out. If you want to be a successful hunter, you got to learn how to do it. This idea that once civilization collapses, oh, then I'll learn hunting. The fuck you will. The fuck you will. You ain't going to learn shit. And you need someone to show you how to do it.
And that's why I want to start learning now. And I also know, just like on a completely different way, golfing. If you're going to learn to golf,
yeah, you need to learn.
You
Someone
need
has
to
show
go
you
with
how to do
guys
it.
that aren't intense. They're willing to teach you.
Yeah.
So with this hunting, I'm going to go, but I want teachers. Like
Yeah.
guys like, I know
You
you're
need a guide.
I
You need a
know
guide.
you're totally wet behind the ears, and I'm going to show you everything.
You're going to have to learn a lot, and you're also going to have to be fit. It's not an easy thing to do, man. Especially if you want to go after any animal that's a mountain animal. It's fucking really hard. And this is coming from a guy who's worked out his whole life. It's hard for me.
I have a guy who wants to take me to. Bro, his name's Will Jamero. He was in World War II. He was trapped in the towers. They did a whole movie on it where he lives in my town. The guy is an insane hunter. He's full blown.
How old is he?
He's like our age.
He was in World War II.
I'm sorry. What did I say? World War II? Oh my God! Twin Towers. Jesus.
Okay, I didn't understand.
Will, I am so sorry.
You met
he was in the
9/11.
Yes, I met 9/11.
Okay. That's
wow. I'm getting dementia.
That's 2001, Jim. Not 1940. I was like, how old is this guy? He's our age. I think your friend might be full of shit.
Whoa. No. He was.
I believe it. I'm saying if he was saying he was in World War, imagine running into a guy who says I was in World War II.
Hey, he's
like, bro,
convinced I was in World War II.
You're 40.
That's right. I'm 47. But it happened in 1942. That's right. Well, I was there. Goddamn
Time
Japanese.
machine.
Oh, I was in the Philippines. But this guy, he shows me his stuff, and he tells me to say he spends 2 weeks in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, it's like one of them backpack guys. That
Oh,
camps in-
yeah. He's intense.
I have a few buddies that do that. They do solo. My friend Adam Greentree, he does these long solo hunts. Well, he'll go into the mountains for fucking. He did one where he did it all and documented a lot of it on Instagram. We followed along and got a bunch of other people to follow him along too. But he was by himself with like solar chargers to charge his cell phone in the mountains. It took 28 days until he was successful, camping out in the woods. And he had multiple encounters with a grizzly bear. One of them where he's getting charged and he's like pointing a pistol at her. You know, she had her cubs and she was trying to scare him off. So she would charge at him and stop like 10 yards away from him. Like fucking hair standing straight up, teeth gnashing. You know,
I'll tell you right
600-pound grizzly bear, full charge.
The minute I hear, I might. No way.
Yeah,
No way.
It's dangerous.
No. Have you ever dealt with that?
I've never dealt with a charging grizzly bear, but I saw a grizzly bear once. It stared at me in a way that I've never had an animal stare at me. Because most animals, like I've never encountered a cougar or a mountain lion in the woods. I've seen them twice. Once in Santa Barbara, just driving. I saw one on the street, ran across the road. I didn't realize what it was until it got like halfway across the road. I saw its tail, and I'm like, oh my god, that's a cat. And I realized, oh shit, that's a mountain lion. Wow. And that was like in the Montecito area of Santa Barbara. And then another time I saw one, it wasn't as clear, in Colorado. It was a tan thing moving through the woods very quickly. And I go, oh shit, that's a cat. And then but that was less clear than the Santa Barbara one. But I've never seen one eye to eye where I was looking at it and it was looking at me. But I did have that happen in Canada with a grizzly. And it looked me right in the eye like this. Black, dead eyes, like, and we had shotguns. We were actually bow hunting, but we brought shotguns because we were moving into an area that did have grizzlies. And it was spooky, man. It wasn't even a big grizzly bear. It was like a 6-foot bear. But it was the way it looked at you, man. It's a different way of looking at you. They have a different feel. They like at any other animal because they're looking at you like, is this what I'm eating today? Like, because they're just looking for things to eat all the time. They're enormous predators.
Oh my god! See,
yeah, so it was like not that big for a grizzly. It was like maybe 6 foot tall, maybe 250 pounds, maybe 300 pounds. For a grizzly, it's not that big. They get way bigger than that. So this one looking at me, but the darkness in its eyes, man, it's like shark eyes, like these black, cold, unfeeling, dark eyes. It's so weird, man. It's hard to explain when you lock eyes with a predator and they have the intention of eating you. It is a weird fucking feeling, man. We got out of there quick. I was with a friend of mine who's a guide, made a lot of noise, got out of the scene, but it was weird. It's weird to see.
I started. I love scuba diving. I want to get more intense with scuba diving.
Bro, that's terrifying.
I love it.
That's their world.
That's their world.
At least the woods, you walk on the ground too. And you can.
Correct.
climb
But what
a
I
tree.
love, but I saw a shark for the first time
In the water?
Yeah.
Scuba diving?
Yes. And
How far away?
it was far enough that I was not worried.
Do you have a spear gun?
But nothing. And so it's me and my daughter stopped, and just seeing the way it moves, and the minute it knew we were there, it kind of stopped, and then it made a complete left and didn't want anything to do with us. But just to see it moving like this, and made me want to get more. So I start following, and then just like hunting and all that, you learn more and more and more. You get good guides, and it changes the whole underworld. And you realize most shark attacks are surfers and snorkelers, because they like coming in from behind, and they don't like facing you straight on. They don't like that at all. And some people that will, believe it or not, when a shark is coming to you, most of the time, it's not 99%. It's not coming to eat you. It's coming to check you out at first. And the real aggressive ones that will come towards you, you very rarely they open their mouth to take a chomp. Because you don't know what's coming. They're coming from behind. As long as you face it, always face it, you're so much safer. And then if it does come to you, just kind of. No, I haven't had that
What are
experience.
you doing, Aikido?
Yeah, you do this. You push it. You push it to the side, and they're like, all right, I don't.
Have you seen that video recently? Recent video, this
Which one?
shark that's swimming straight at a guy and he spears it in the mouth.
No.
The thing is coming at him like 50 miles an hour. It's crazy.
Straight on?
Straight on. Coming full bore at him with its mouth open. He shoves his spear gun in its mouth and pulls the trigger.
Great white?
I don't know what it was.
There's gonna be you see there's one.
You know the video. Jamie's seen the video.
I see
It's
one
bull shark.
where the guy.
A bull shark? Oh,
bull
they're the
sharks
most
are nasty.
Super. Watch this.
Them
Watch
and
this.
tigers.
Watch this. Watch this. Okay. So this guy's in there spearfishing.
Yeah.
And look at this motherfucker.
Oh!
Right at him.
He was coming right for him.
Right? Full blast.
He was coming for him.
Yeah. Look at that. Shot him right in the mouth. Good.
Wow.
I'm eating bull shark for the next couple of months. Isn't that nuts? That's a dangerous animal. Do you know the New Jersey story that inspired Jaws? Do you know that story?
No.
Here's the thing about bull sharks. Bull sharks swim upriver, so they swim in fresh water. They found bull sharks as far north as Illinois.
What?
Bull sharks have made it as far north up the Mississippi River as Illinois. They can swim hundreds of miles through fresh water. So the attacks from the early 1900s that inspired the movie Jaws were actually attacks on a river. It was a river that was in New Jersey.
Wow.
There was a series of people that were murdered by bull sharks. They were killed by bull sharks. I forget the river, but this is like early 1900s where they wore those goofy like Popeye-style bathing suits.
Yeah.
You know?
They probably thought it was a seal or something.
No, they
Just
thought
go
it
there.
was food. They don't give a fuck.
They don't get it. It's just like you said with the grizzly bear. It
Bull
just
sharks.
looks-
Bull sharks are vicious.
And it's food. But
Yeah.
there's people in Florida. There's an area in Florida on the East Coast where my friend went and dove with the nurse sharks or.
Oh yeah, nurse sharks are peaceful. Whale sharks.
I'm sorry,
nurse
not
sharks.
nurse sharks. Tiger sharks.
Oh, those are dangerous too.
And it's a breeding ground. And this,
Oh.
and this maniac, they jump in. You pay a lot of money to go in there.
Almost die.
To almost die. And they tell you like, well, you gotta keep constantly. No, I don't. Why? I don't want to do that. But I will say this: that's part of life I love. Like this summer, I have planned. There's part of me that wants to tap out, Joe. I'm not gonna
About
lie.
what? Tap out to what?
Just full-blown jungle society. I know I'm not going to do it.
Like live in the woods?
Yeah.
Live off the land?
Costa Rica.
Ooh. Costa Rica's nice.
Costa Rica.
Until things get lawless. Then you realize, like, oh, I want the Constitution on my side.
and that's the danger. That is the danger.
You got to go there. You got to acquire
Dip in
enough
and
money
out.
to have your own military. And then
You're right, man.
You got to acquire enormous amounts of money and then pay a bunch of trained killers very well.
Yes.
And to guard your community. And then bring in a bunch of other friends. So everybody chips in and make sure you got a lot of bullets and no one goes too far.
You never went on a safari or anything like that?
No. No, I've never been on safaris.
I'm going to go with the gorillas this summer.
Yeah?
I can't wait.
Where are you going?
Uganda.
Oh,
Zimbabwe.
shit.
Tanzania.
Wow. That's intense. I would go. I would certainly go. The thing is, children are not supposed to take those fucking malaria shots. It's really, they can be
pills.
really rough. Yeah, but they can be rough. The malaria medication can be very, very rough on kids. And the last thing you want is your kid to get fucking malaria. I have a buddy who's got malaria 3 times.
Where does he live?
Well, he works for, he has a nonprofit called Fight for the Forgotten. His name's Justin Wren. He's a great guy. Like one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
And he builds wells for the pygmies. And so he does it in, he's doing it in Uganda, and he also did it in the Congo, and he got malaria 3 fucking times. And one time he got malaria when he wasn't even there. He got malaria because he got weakened and sick, and then the malaria kicked in again, so it was dormant in his body. He also got some crazy fucking brain parasite that fucked with him. It was a parasite that it was very difficult for them to even identify at first. They didn't know what it was, so they had to give him all this medication, and it lasted for fucking months and months and months. And he went to all these different specialists, and he's just now coming out of the fog of it. But it was, I forget the exact term that he used or what this parasite was, but it had worked its way through his system, and it was some sort of a cerebral parasite. It was in his gut, it was in his body, it was in everywhere. It was real bad.
Cancel the trip to Africa.
Yeah, but he was he was deep in the jungle, like living in a hut with the pygmies, and deep in the Congo, and also like bathing in the river, which is fucking dangerous.
That's the big danger.
Yeah.
I was there years ago, and we came on this beautiful island, and there were no predators on the island, but they said don't go in the water. I'm like, but this water's huge. They're like, don't go swimming. Like, why not? Parasites all over the place. Are you kidding?
They'll swim up your dick.
Dude, tapped out.
You know about that?
Yes, tapped out. No
They
way.
swim up
Yeah, no.
your
In your
dick.
penis hole.
In the
No,
hole.
in your
In
dick
the
hole.
That's where they want to camp out. That's their
Ah,
cave.
God.
They swim up the cave, and then
Ah.
they have spines, and they attach themselves to the inside of your dick hole. And
God.
they have to pull them out with tweezers. And when they pull them out, it rips the inside of your dick apart. I'm making all this up. I made all that.
That's why I don't even want to go to a hospital.
But they do swim. In the Amazon, they do swim up your dick hole.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie to you. One of my biggest fears is if I go to the hospital and I'm out.
They swab your
I
dick.
know I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
want to
the dick fish. That's the dick fish.
Ew, it goes in your dick.
Yeah. How do you say that name, Jamie?
Candiru.
Candiru?
Which sounds
Candiru.
like that. Candida, which is also very bad.
Candic.
That's sugar.
The fish, yeah, that's Candida, right?
Oh.
The fish with a bad rep for human private parts parasitation. So look how big it is. Imagine if that thing's
imagine
clogging
that
up your
up in
pee
your
hole. You'd have to jerk off to get rid of it.
Look at this
Just
guy. Well, that's what he's doing right
blast
there.
him out. Yeah.
He's trying to blast him out right now.
Boom. You have to save your loads up for several weeks and then drown it.
What are you doing over there?
The flood to drown them. Yeah, but they swim up your dick hole. Apparently, if you pee in the water, they're attracted. What is that?
I thought it was it's like a.
Is that an
surgery.
X-ray?
It looks like from a surgery.
Oh my God, that big thing was inside that guy's dick. It swims up your urine stream.
What size is this guy's donkey? That's a
It's
big
like giant
donkey.
hog.
It's got anything close to that.
Super giant hog, and that thing's inside of it. It's terrifying.
I don't want to go to the hospital just because I don't want a catheter in.
I get it. Look at that one. Oh my God.
That's not it. That's it reminds me of.
What is that?
It's a different.
Is
Someone
that
might
a-
have stuck something up.
Oh, we stuck a fucking bottle opener up. That looks like a
Ew.
fork. stuck a fork up his
gonna-
cock hole.
How fucked up do you gotta be?
My buddy Steve Graham used to work. He's an ophthalmologist, and he did his residency in Miami during the cocaine days, during the 1980s. Oh my God, yeah. And he showed me a ton of pictures. But they had people that had everything up their asshole, like GI Joe dolls. One guy, you know, one of them curly, like pine cone looking light bulbs.
Yes.
One guy shoved one of those up his ass.
Do you think
it
that's
shattered in his ass?
Is that a crazy thing? Like, do you have to be homosexual?
No.
To do that's just a crazy thing,
Yeah, it's
right?
crazy. It has nothing
You've
to do
lost
with
your
your
mind
sexual
now.
preference.
Right?
Yeah.
You're past the sexual preference, so you're like, we're just gonna start. Go get the fucking chair.
You ever seen the guy that had there's a video that was going around the internet a while back of a guy with a mason jar, one of those glass mason jars, that people would drink like lemonade out of. You know those mason jars? He shoved it up his asshole and then it shattered. Yeah, it shattered, and then the glass chunk. This guy's squatting.
Voluntarily.
Oh yeah. He's doing it on purpose. The glass chunks were dropping out of his asshole with blood just falling to the ground. It was one of the most hardcore videos. This is back in the Style Project days. This is back in there was a website called Style Project, like way back in the 90s and maybe the early 2000s that had like the most hardcore shit. Bro. This guy Style would find everything fucked up. And then there was another website called Body Modification Extreme, BME Extreme. Oh my God. And it was all like the most wild shit that people were doing to their bodies. But around the 2 girls 1 cup days, people were shoving all kinds of things up their ass, and this guy shoved it was like a glass jar up his ass, and it shattered. And the chunks of glass falling out of his ass with blood, right? Because he's bleeding internally. He's probably dead.
What do you want? You want to start shoving shit in our ass, Joe? Like, how do you get to that point? Are you how do you go?
It's a good question.
Let's just start with the ashtray.
People probably would say that about me with tattoos. Like, how do you get to your arms are sleeved up in tattoos?
Yeah, but they're not
You're
up your
drawing on them.
ass.
I know, but you see what I'm saying? Like, then it gets to face tattoos. Then it gets to, like, dick tattoos. And maybe some people get their nipples pierced. And then next thing you know, they want to stuff things in their ass. Maybe it feels good. So they stuff more. Maybe they hate themselves. So they put a mason jar up there. I don't know.
Fucking hate myself.
It's one of the worst videos I've ever seen, though, because he's squatting, and you hear the crack of the glass, like a glass shattering inside a bag, like a meat bag, like the glass.
Yeah.
And then you hear clunk, clunk,
Yep.
and then drip, drip. You got it?
I'm digging into this. The
Thought you were gonna
kangaroo.
show it to
There's
us.
a parent. This.
I am not going to encourage these videos.
1855. The
What?
story of it swimming up a penis, urethra.
That was the first documented
There's
one?
only according to this article, there's only one modern case that's been documented, and it was in 1997.
That's all I need.
That's all
I
I
don't
need,
need
too.
a whole ton of people getting dick fish.
Just one is enough for me not to be in that
If
river.
it's real, it's real. You know what I mean? It's like, well, there's no worries.
I
You
just
just
started
double
finding- yeah.
mask your penis, and
I just kept looking for pictures, and then one of them started saying like myth. This isn't real. It's 90% myth. It's just. And then I started.
listen.
So I'm trying to figure it out.
Just because it's rare doesn't mean it's not real. That's the same stupid logic that people use when it comes to bear attacks or shark attacks. Like, it's so rare. The odds of you getting struck by lightning are far higher.
It's still a possibility.
Yeah, just push that fish away. Aikido style. Ha. Like you're the fucking karate instructor in Napoleon Dynamite.
That's the other thing I
Break the
wanted.
wrist, walk away.
That's the other thing I was gonna. So it was hunting, and I was gonna try to learn jiu-jitsu, right? So
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm too old, man.
You're not too old. Anthony Bourdain didn't start till he was like 58.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I think that would put me in insane shape.
Yeah,
And
it
my
will.
my biggest fear is just some punk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I'm really not asking for this, bro.
Yeah.
I swing in my car.
Yeah.
Get out of here. I got my wife with me and just watching someone taking me. That's like my biggest. Because the old days of just giving you a kick or a punch or running.
Mm-hmm.
And when these kids get on top of you, it's like having an alligator on you. I don't know. So there is a but it's hard to find where that place is. I remember I
What do you
reached
mean?
out to
a martial arts place? I could find you that.
a real good one.
Oh,
in
I could find
Jersey.
you that. I could find you that.
Jersey.
Yeah. I'm
I'll tell
sure
you
there's
where
a
I
place
live.
near you. No, listen, I'm sure within a normal drive,
Yes.
there's a good place.
Within an hour.
Yeah. I guarantee you, 100%.
Would love to
Yeah.
do that.
How far are you from the city?
Oh, good. I don't want anything to do with the
No,
city.
you don't have to go to the city. But how far are you?
I'm an hour.
Oh, then 1,000% there's somewhere near you that will be good. There's a lot of good places in New Jersey. There's plenty of good jiu-jitsu.
Right.
Jiu-jitsu is so widespread now. Listen, it's a great thing to learn just for your mental health because it's exhausting and it just makes you feel good when you get out of there. You're relaxed, you know.
Well, not only that, it's part of a. Years and years and years and years ago, whatever. We trained with these guys. There were Green Berets. I was a kid, right? But one of the most fascinating parts about it, which I'll never forget, which I think saved my life one day, was this one guy, Sensei Romeo. He would give these long. He was a little guy, but he had these intense, piercing eyes with these black, freaking eyebrows, right? And he would talk about the true warrior knows how to avoid and use your mind before the physical. If you can avoid the physical and tear down your enemy with the mind.
How are you gonna do that?
Well, check this out.
Okay.
So, I just remember him talking about if you know you're not going to win it, blah, 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 blah. So, cut to. This is weird, Joe. I'm in Denver, Colorado with my dad, right? And my dad's like in his 80s, and I bring him around a lot, and I know he's getting around a lot, but I love having my dad around. So, my dad, he's having a blast. This one day, and I meditate a lot.
Do you?
Meditate, pray, whatever.
What kind of meditation do you do?
Just silence. I'll sit. Today I walked along the river, sat down, and I ask, whatever you want me to think, whatever you want me to put out there, what do you want me to do? And then I'm silent, and then whatever comes in, and that's what I do. I go on hikes.
Did you learn how to do this, or you just do it on your own? Like, did you learn a method, or did you just...
I did on my own.
Don't just
on my own. Sometimes I'll listen to like Indian flute music, Native American music. But I've done this a long. It's helped me tremendously. Moving time, tremendously. So on this one particular day, I go to the gym. Right, and I'm working out in the gym. Don't ask me why. I was on the bench, and I was the only one in there, and I'm sitting there, and I just started zoning out, and Sensei Romeo, his whole speech, why am I thinking of him right now? This is weird. So as I'm thinking of him, he starts, I see that whole speech about you never know, and you have to avoid him when you're attack, and it's more learning your ability, all this jazz, right? Cut to... That night, after the show, the whole staff is like, hey, you want to go to, we're all going to go out. Let's bring your dad out. It's my last night. And they probably have room for one more drink. It's the late show. So we go there. We're in downtown Denver. We have the whole table in the, there's a glass thing looking in the street. I was sitting there in the bar, guys to my right. I wonder if he's the setup. I don't know. He might have been the setup the more I think about it. I don't understand where this guy came and how he knew where I was. All of a sudden, this huge biker comes. I mean, he's got the he doesn't have brass knuckles, but he's got shit around his knuckles. So clearly he's ready to use them. He's about 6 foot something, and he sees me in the glass window, and he walks in, and he leans over. My father's right here. He leans over my father and grabs me. He's like, fucking outside, right fucking now.
Wait a minute. You don't know this guy at all?
No, but now right now I have no clue who this human being is.
Right.
No fucking clue.
Okay.
I said, okay, relax. Right. He goes, I was at the fucking show. You disrespected my family outside. I'm going, what the fuck is this guy? But my biggest concern right now is not this guy. It's my dad having a heart attack
Right.
Because my dad will get up. He's a World War II vet. He don't give a shit.
Right.
He's gonna die. That's my concern. I gotta protect him. Now the whole staff is like, hey, but the more they want to get involved, the angrier he got. So I was like, hey, I will talk. You want to talk? We'll go outside and we'll talk. I don't know why I was so calm. To this day, I don't know why I was so calm. So I go outside the front door. I said, what's going on, man? Because you fucking disrespect my family. You disrespected my sister tonight. You never fucking... I said, okay, I don't know what you're talking about, so you have to tell me what's going on here. He goes, tonight, my sister passed out. Now it's coming to me. I know exactly what happened. He was in the audience with his sister and a bunch of people, and during the show, all I heard was crash. And everyone's like, and I could not see. And I went, what? Everything all right? Everything all right? What's going on? I didn't know if there was a fight, whatever. And they're like, she's drunk. It was a woman on the floor. I said, is she okay? Is she all right? I don't know if she's spazzing. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So they lift her up, and I realize she's just drunk. Okay, we're okay now. Now people are starting like, hey, I got her out. And I said, oh, man. Now, I waited till they were long on their way out. And all I said was, she is not going to have a good rest of the night. I go, this is just the beginning. I said, thank God she's okay, but this is just the beginning. And I go off on I go in a character of what her events are gonna be, and she needs to pull over, and she's out of the way, and it's just all the way, and the people are
up, right?
and they're howling. Ah! Okay, so I'm crushing it now. So it all comes to me. Okay, this is the situation. And he goes, my fucking sister, and you disrespected. I said, okay. Sensei Romeo goes, and I go like this. I go, okay, I'm just going to explain one thing to you, and if you feel you still want to, and dude, I swear to God, Joe, I looked to my right, and I said, okay, that's where I'm going to fall when he hits me, because he's clearly going to hit me, and that's a little sharp right there, so it's all bricks. And I'm looking at my dad, and now my job, in my head, I went, I need to talk to him as long as I can until at least police arrive, so when he does hit me, I have enough time to recover before he possibly kills me. This is what's going on in my head. And he goes, he said, well, he said, disrespect my sister, blah, blah. So I said, listen, what is your name? He goes, John. I said, John, okay. If you remember tonight, the first thing I said is she okay? Did I not ask about her health? He goes, you did. You fucking did. I said, now, when I realized she was okay, did I make fun of her? When we were walking, I said, hold on now. Remember, I waited till you started walking. Now, what you need to understand is that whole crowd pays a lot of money for my attention. I go, now they're all staring at your sister. They're staring at you. They started saying things. So now my job is to get that attention off you as you get her out into safety and then get it back on me. Now, I didn't say anything derogatory towards her. I didn't call her a stupid bitch or a drunk whore. All I said was, oh, man, her night is just beginning. It's going to go from here to here. And the more they laughed, it was back on me. This guy, on my kids' lives, hope I die if I'm lying, started crying. And he goes, could you talk to my wife and tell her I'm not going to jail tonight?
Oh, Jesus.
Swear to God. And I went, sure. He goes, no, man, it's cool that you
Because he was planning on hitting you and then going to jail.
Fucking me up to go to jail because of his drunk.
You almost called her a whore.
I almost did, but I didn't. So, And now I'm on the line with
Yeah.
with a female who's going, I fucking take a line, you fucking disrespect. So I'm like,
That's what she's saying? She's saying
pretty
that to
much.
you?
That's all I heard. That's
Yeah.
all I heard. But because of whether it was the meditate, I truly believe it was the meditating or learning that experience of always check your surroundings. I still do it. I walk nonstop. I'm always looking at my surroundings, what my exit route is. If this person approaches me, how am I going to get out? Nonstop. And that's through battle training. But I feel like I need in my head. You laugh at me, dude.
Battle training.
You know, whatever the fuck you call
Listen,
it.
it's
You know
always
what I
good
mean.
to talk to people rather than get in fights with them.
What's that?
It's always good to talk to people
talk.
rather than get in fights with them.
But if you're,
But that guy's extremely demanding. That's preposterous.
But if you can't, in that scenario, if I didn't have the patience to talk to him when I was ready to fucking go down, I'm done. I'm doomed. I would have got fucking murdered. But
So you want to learn how to fight?
I want to learn how to
defend yourself.
God forbid I can't talk out. And I could take care. I've been in brawls. There's nothing more. Brawls are not fun. When you're hit from behind, and next thing you know, you're on the floor, and you gotta fucking curl up, and this jackass is trying to kick you, and you gotta hope your move. It's all about panic. You can't panic. And once I was on the floor, you know, and this guy's getting fucked up, and this guy's I don't think I'd ever be in that position because I was young, but I think it's very important.